Also come to order. Prayer by the chaplain.
Good afternoon. I would like to share a verse of a poem by Nobel Prize winner Thomas Tranmonder. It's entitled Guard Duty. Task, to be where I am, even when I am in this solemn and absurd role. I am still in the place where creation is working on itself. Let us pray. O Lord God of Sabaoth, you have given your people a Sabbath day. For many in this body, that Sabbath was yesterday. For others, it is today. The Sabbath is your great gift to us. Time of rest, time out, a pause. Sabbath is a time to recharge. There's been little opportunity for that this weekend for our legislators. They are tired. They have had lots to do, lots of heavy lifting this session, lots of soul searching and struggle to know the right and the courage to act, even in uncertainty. Every Sabbath reminds us, O Lord, that your creation was not a one-time thing. It's ongoing. You are continually renewing your creation. And even more astounding is that you invite us to be co-creators. That is the glory of humankind. That is the miracle of our lives. Even if we can't see it, we are in a role where creation is working on itself. In these seconds before the session, renew hearts, minds, and energies, knowing that we participate in creating the new day in Minnesota. Amen.
The chaplain for today is Reverend Dennis Johnson from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Pledge of Allegiance. Please remain standing and recite the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. A quorum is present. The clerk will read the journal of the preceding day.
Journal of the House, 88th Session, 2013, 60th day, St. Paul, Minnesota, Saturday, May 18th, 2013.
If there's no objection, further reading of the journal will be dispensed with, and the journal will be approved as corrected by the chief clerk. Hearing no objection, the journal is approved as corrected by the chief clerk. Comparison reports. There is a copy of this order of business on each member's desk. If there's no objection, we will those motions will prevail. Hearing no objection, those motions prevail. Reports of standing committees and divisions. A copy of this order of business has been placed on each member's desk. If there's no objection, those reports will be adopted. Hearing no objection, those reports are adopted. Second reading of House files.
Second reading, House File 1840.
Second reading. Second reading of Senate files.
Second reading, Senate File 629.
Second reading. Introduction of bills. The following House files have been offered for introduction today. The Chief Clerk will report the House files and give them their first reading.
Introduction and first reading of House Files 1856 through 1861.
First reading, House File 1856 to 1861. Calendar for the day. The first bill on the calendar for the day is Senate File 796.
Senate File 796, the sixth engrossment, an act relating to natural resources.
Representative Dill, to your bill. And would you like to take the DE amendment first?
Yes, I would.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Dill moving to amend Senate File 796, the sixth engrossment as follows. Delete everything after the enacting clause and insert the language of House File 742, the fourth engrossment. The amendment is coded DEA 742.
Representative Dill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is my motion. Appreciate support.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. Representative Dill, to the bill, or do you want to take the amendments?
Why don't we take the amendments, then we'll speak to the bill.
All right, there is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Dill moving to amend Senate File 796, the sixth engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 738.
Representative Dill.
Thank you very much. And the 738 amendment, members, is a technical amendment to the bill regarding fishing and hunting licenses, basically for youth. I appreciate your support.
Any discussion to the amendment? Seeing none, all in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hackbarth moving to amend Senate File 796, the sixth engrossment as amended as follows. The amendment is coded A2.
Representative Hackbarth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. If you recall, when Representative Ogenius had her Environment Finance Bill on the floor, I had some language in the bill that was pertaining to ATVs. And at that time, I had this exact same amendment to that bill, taking that language out. This amendment simply just makes the language identical to what was in Representative Ogenius's bill as these bills move forward. I don't think there's any opposition. Please vote yes.
Any discussion? Representative Dill.
Thank you. I appreciate the support of the Hackbarth amendment. His description is accurate.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion say aye. All opposed, no. The motion prevails. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hansen and others moving to amend Senate File 796, the sixth engrossment as amended as follows. The amendment is coded A3.
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This deals with antler point restrictions. In the bill, there's a provision where it repeals the antler point restriction legislative approval that was passed a couple sessions ago. My belief was that we should get the legislature out of the business of setting deer seasons. In consultation with folks, and there still is a lot of discussion about this, my amendment limits the antler point restriction process to the Series 300 area, which is southeast Minnesota, and would still require legislative approval if it went statewide. I would ask for your support.
There is an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Drazkowski moving to amend the Hansen amendment as follows. The amendment is coded A9.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to withdraw the amendment to the amendment.
Representative Drazkowski withdraws his amendment. Any further discussion to the Hansen amendment? Representative Dill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like for those who would just like to support the Hansen amendment, ask that the members support it.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Wills moving to amend Senate File 796, the sixth engrossment as amended as follows. The amendment is coded A5.
Representative Wills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the A5 amendment is based off of a House file that I carried this session, House File 757. It's the exact same language. So the language was heard in the Environment and Natural Resources Policy Committee and also the Agriculture Policy Committee. There were a couple of questions about it, and the Minnesota Zoo director was there to address those concerns, and I'll just tell you what the language would do. The language would allow the Minnesota Zoo to request a permit from the Board of Animal Health to be able to bring moose calves into the zoo, as well as other wild cervidae animals, and these are hooved animals. Currently, wild cervidae are not allowed to be brought out of the wild into captivity, and the zoo has been working with the Board of Animal Health and also the DNR to find an agreement to be able to get permits to do this for conservation and education purposes. And they have come to an agreement, and the DNR and the Board of Animal Health are supportive of this measure, and I ask for your support as well. Thank you.
Representative Dill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. That is absolutely correct. We did have 2 fine hearings and came to an understanding of this bill, which is now here as an amendment. Thank you for members for supporting Representative Wills.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All in favor of the amendment, say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The motion prevails. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Erickson S. moving to amend Senate File 796, the sixth engrossment as amended as follows. The amendment is coded A6.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, members, as you know, my natural resource love is Lake Mille Lacs, and it's facing a crisis presently. But more than that, over the years that I have represented that area, which is some 14 now, I used to receive an annual report of what was spent to manage Lake Mille Lacs. And in the last 6 years, I have not been able to receive an annual report, even though I have been insistent on requesting it and have visited with the government liaison and many DNR officials. It's a frustration, members, because the Mille Lacs Input Fisheries Group puts a lot of their time and effort into also managing Lake Mille Lacs. And we have many anglers who love Lake Mille Lacs, and of course it's my favorite lake to both ice fish and angle. So, not knowing what the cost is frustrating. And what I have found out is that the DNR takes funds from a variety of their pots of money. Because they're managing a fishery, but they're also doing research. There's also law enforcement, and the list goes on and on. But very shortly, we need to know what the cost of that is, because this has an impact on the state. This beloved Lake Mille Lacs, that's a jewel for walleye, is something that we need to care for. But, Mr. Speaker and members, I've been told that there's a fear that there would be a cost to the DNR preparing this report, so I will withdraw the amendment at this time.
Representative Erickson withdraws her amendment. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Erickson S. moving to amend Senate File 796, the sixth engrossment as amended as follows. The amendment is coded A7.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I withdraw this amendment.
Representative Erickson withdraws her amendment. There is one more amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Drazkowski moving to amend Senate File 796, the sixth engrossment as amended as follows. The amendment is coded A8.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment is related to the antler point restrictions that Representative Hansen represented in his first amendment that he brought forward. And just a little history, members. This antler point restriction effort by the DNR began about 4 or 5 years ago. They did a series of surveys throughout the state, in conjunction with and support and urgency by some of the deer hunting interest groups in southeast Minnesota that especially had an interest in the areas of bow hunting and trophy deer hunting. And one of the urgings by them was to create policy that would create bigger bucks in the woods as they hunted. And I can tell you that this issue has been very divisive in the hunting community in southeast Minnesota. It's about a 50-50 split. It has been. And as a matter of fact, I would report to you with my involvement in the survey data that actually I believe that the DNR over the years, about 4 or 5 years ago, did not properly even represent their own data as they worked with some of the interest groups to bring this forward. So what they did, members, is had a 3-year pilot program that implemented these antler point restrictions in the 300 zone in southeast Minnesota, and that's a multi-county zone in the southeast corner of the state. And what we had in 2011 session, members, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, in 2011, we had, I had brought forward legislation to require the DNR to refrain from the implementation of antler point restrictions. And what we ended up with was a compromise. It was a compromise that allowed the DNR to continue the 3-year pilot and then placed into law the current prohibition on DNR continuing it further that is in law currently. And Representative Hansen has language in this bill that removes that prohibition. So, members, that I believed was a compromise in 2011. Well, we have the language in the bill before us today that removes that compromise. And I brought forward, members, this bill after talking to many constituents in southeast Minnesota, my district, about this. By the way, members, this amendment supported by the Minnesota Deer Hunters Association. It's supported by the local Farm Bureau and Farmers Union organizations in southeast Minnesota in the counties I represent. And what it is a compromise that says, gives the DNR the authority to do the restrictions through the first half of the season. In southeast Minnesota, there's 2 concurrent gun deer seasons. This would allow them to do the APRs through the end of the first season and then restrict the DNR from using this tool from the end of the first season on through the end of the year. So it basically provides half the opportunity for the season to be under APR and the other half without. And members, I don't think this amendment is going to be entertained here today or would not gain the support here today. But I do plan to bring this type of language forward in the future as compromise language and continue to work with the constituencies around this. It is, as I mentioned, a very divided issue in southeast Minnesota, and we need to find a solution like this one that will provide a long-term solution that each of the sides of the issue can support. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to withdraw the amendment.
Representative Drazkowski withdraws his amendment. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its 3rd reading.
3rd reading, Senate File 796 as amended.
3rd reading. Representative Dill.
And thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would appreciate your support of the bill. We understand that if everything goes correctly, the Senate is going to accept the language. We will not have to go to conference. This is likely the least controversial bill that I have had the opportunity to work with both the majority and the minority members here on the floor and over in the Senate. I'd appreciate your support. If you have any specific questions, I'll certainly be able and willing to ask them, but I appreciate your support. One thing that I didn't get done, I have to make an apology. In the bill is a restitution number of $200 for a sandhill crane. I had agreed with Representative Fabian to lower that to $100, and it slipped my mind. So we will address that in the future. I don't think that that's going to happen very often, that there'll be restitution on sandhill cranes, but we will deal with that next year. Thank you very much, members.
Further discussion. Representative Hackbarth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Dill. You do have a very good bill here. It's non-controversial, and I would recommend everybody vote green.
Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the author, Representative Dill, thanks for the work on this, and we'll go to work on it next year. Like Representative Hackbarth says, this is a non-controversial bill. It'll be a lot like the tax bill. Thank you.
Representative Hoppe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the author yield to one quick question?
He will. Representative Hoppe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Dill, I think it's a good bill. I really appreciate it. And I want to thank you specifically for having our language and not having, I don't want to be controversial here, but scopes on muzzle loaders. And my question is I've had people that want me to ask it, how's this going to be for duck hunters? Are the guys from DU and Minnesota Waterfowl Association and Delta Waterfowl going to be happy with this bill? Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Dill.
Representative Dill.
I have only worked on the bill with MOHA, which is a broad coalition of groups that represent basically everything you talked about, and we are delivering what they want, and they are very happy with the bill.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 123 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is Senate File 1276. The clerk will report the bill.
Senate File 1276, the Third Engrossment Act relating to real estate.
Representative Hortman, to your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank Representative Davids and Representative Hoppe for working on this bill with me a little bit. It's a compromise between the bankers and the consumers advocates to give our consumers a little bit more protection in a foreclosure situation. It's very simple. It just requires an opportunity for a modification if you're eligible, and that you not be foreclosed on while you're going through the modification process. And I'd appreciate member support.
There are no amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 1276.
Third reading. Representative Davids.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I would like to thank Representative Hortman for this bill. I think she did a great job, and she has done what needs to be done around here. She has peace in the valley, and I hope that we'll see a green board up there in about 5 seconds.
Any further discussion? Representative Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and thank you, Representative Hortman, for your work on this bill as well as other folks. The original conversation that started earlier this year also included a piece that was about mediation for homeowners and banks, and I would hope that Representative Hortman would convene a group of folks over the summer to see if we can't get that last piece in the valley to be part of this.
Representative Freiberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to thank Representative Hortman for all the great work she did on this. This is something I worked on earlier in the session. I have a constituent who had some problems with her foreclosure and specifically with the process of dual tracking. I think this is a great bill and everybody should vote for it.
Representative Hoppe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a good bill. I urge everybody to vote yes on this. I want to thank Representative Hortman, Ron Elwood, and the bankers for getting together and working on this. And as others have said, I don't know that it's 100% peace in the valley, but it's a nice bill and a good step in the right direction. Please vote yes. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. clerk will close the roll. There being 123 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Conference committee reports on House files. The clerk will read the report the conference committee report.
Conference committee report on House File 1444. This is the Hornstein motion. The conference committee relating to an act relating to government finance. The Honorable address to the Honorable Paul Thiessen, Speaker of the House, the Honorable Sandra L. Pappas, President of the Senate. We, the undersigned, conferees for 1444, report that we've agreed upon the items in dispute and recommend as follows. The report is signed by 4 of the 5 conferees on the part of the House, 4 of the 5 conferees on the part of the Senate. Hornstein moves that the report of the Conference Committee on House File 1444 be adopted and that the bill be repassed as amended by conference.
Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank, first of all, our conferees from the House that did a great job. Representative Beard on the Republican side, and we had Mike Sundin, Connie Bernardi, and Ron Earhart on our side. Everyone was great, and really want to appreciate their hard work on this. So, in moving our conference committee report for adoption, I just wanted to let folks know some of the differences that we resolved with the Senate. This bill is a reflection of the tripartite agreement that was made between the Speaker of the House, the Majority Leader of the Senate, and the Governor. So this reflects the fiscal agreement that was made, which includes $300 million of trunk highway funds that will jumpstart the Corridors of Commerce program, which is policy language that was adopted when this bill first left the House floor. It's a very important initiative that we want to make sure that some of these corridors that have been long talked about but not acted on, I think many of you know what those corridors are, this will help jumpstart that program. So it's a $300 million one-time trunk highway appropriation, which is within the debt limit that's been established by MMB and MnDOT. The second financial highlight that is new, that comes from, again, the agreement between the three, the House, the Senate, and the Governor, involves new general fund money that will help out the base allocation for Met Council, light rail operating, as well as new monies for the the Southwest Corridor light rail preliminary engineering planning process. We have operating money also for Hiawatha and Central Corridor. There are also provisions that we've also voted on previously related to the Department of Public Safety, and then there are a number of provisions that were included in the back and forth between the House and Senate. Folks have questions on those, I'd be happy to entertain those, but the main piece is that this reflects the new target and the fiscal issues of import based on those tripartite negotiations between the Governor, the House, and the Senate. I'd be happy to entertain any questions about the bill, Mr. Chairman.
Discussion to the motion. Representative Beard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Chair Hornstein, before I discuss the bill and my thoughts, I just want to say thank you for including me in the conference committee, for allowing me to participate in that process and contribute where I could. And you and I have worked together now for 11 years on these projects. So it was good to put together as good a bill as we could with the Senate. And you remember that when the bill left here, members, I think it got nearly 100 votes, or a little over 100 votes, Mr. Chairman. As it traveled its way through the conference committee and bumped up against the folks from the Senate and the Senate bill, it picked up a few barnacles, and I need to just chat about those. As Chair Hornstein's loyal critic and friend, I do need to point those out, particularly the members on my side of the aisle. But before I do, Grandpa always said, before you want to criticize somebody, always find something good to say. I can find a couple of significant good things to say about the bill, Chair Hornstein. One is this is going to be one of the largest construction seasons in the history of the state of Minnesota. 2 years ago, I had the privilege of chairing this committee, and we had at that time the largest construction seasons in the history of the state. Chair Hornstein, because of the continued great pricing from our contractors, the low cost of money, and the taxpayers sending us more money, we are going to have another robust construction for new construction and reconstruction members, and you can be proud of that. Another concept that at that time Chair Gimsey and I had, particularly I got to give credit to Gimsey, for the corridors of commerce. This is for people like Highway 14, Highway 23, Highway 169. Chair Hornstein saw the wisdom in continuing and pressing ahead with the corridors of commerce. The governor got on board, and we now have $300 million in trunk highway bonding for corridors of commerce going forward. I'm sure next year the committee will be refining how that program is going to work. But here's some of the barnacles we picked up, now that I've said a couple nice things about the bill, Chair Hornstein, and again, thank you for the privilege of participating in that. We've got a couple things going on, mostly with our friends at the Met Council and with transit in the Twin Cities. We are shoveling $37 million of general fund money, members, and I want the members to listen. To be clear, you will be voting for $37 million for Southwest Light Rail to keep the Southwest Light Rail on life support as it trundles down the tracks. In addition, and this is one that I'm always cautioned of, people say, Beard, why are you so resistant to trains? Why don't you like transit? Well, I actually do like transit, members. What I don't like is wasting money. And if there's a better way to use it and use it more efficiently, I'm for that. In this case, however, Met Council has come back with the hat in the hand asking for an additional $18 million to subsidize some of the train operations, mostly North Star, Hiawatha, and to set aside some for the startup of Central Corridor, which I think is now called the Green Line, which runs right outside of our chambers here. Members, we also picked up another authorization. This was a Senate provision. It wasn't one of ours. That now Met Council is authorized to spend, I believe it's up to $3.7 million on their favorite local community organizations. These are community organizers to go out on where they want transit ways, or they're going to develop a transit plan, and kind of knock on doors and shake the bushes and bring people in to agitate for more transit, better transit, and deeper transit penetration into their neighborhoods. I just have a problem, members, and I think we ought to vet this at some point, in using taxpayer dollars to fund non-governmental organizations for doing what I consider political work. That is in the bill, and one of the barnacles that I think we picked up. In addition, the Met Council is now $89 million over where they were in the current biennium. This is a substantial increase in general funds. And Mr. Chairman, Chair Hornstein, I would remind you, as we look diligently for another $1 or $1.5 million for capital security and general fund money, when I chaired the committee 2 years ago, Met Council looked at me and said, we will do a fair increase. Please don't order us to do one. We're going to do a fair increase. Members, a 25-cent fare increase not only helps the opt-outs because the opt-out fares, oh, by the way, are welded to the Met Council's fares, but it also yields $9 million in operating funds to the Met Council to run the bus service. $9 million. Perhaps we could have done a little more robust job with the report of the Capital Security Task Force. Members, that being said, I'm sure the bill will pass today. I'm looking forward to a robust construction season the next 2 years. I must tell you, though, that I'm going to vote no, respectfully vote no, because we're continuing to move some programs ahead that future legislatures are going to struggle in their effort to finance the continued operating deficits of transit lines that will never follow the market, but instead respond to central state planners' wishes to actually make the market and tell us where we're going to live, where we're going to work, and where we're going to travel. And so, members, I just don't think that's the best expense or best use of our taxpayer dollars, the hardworking taxpayer dollars that are sent here from people who are struggling to make ends meet. So with a couple of kudos and pointing out a few barnacles, Mr. Chair, thank you for the opportunity to make a few comments. Mr. Speaker, thank you for appointing me to the conference committee.
Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask for a roll call on adoption.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Seeing no further discussion on the motion, the clerk will take the roll. Oh, Representative Leidiger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hornstein, you received a lot of support from this House in the bill going to the conference committee. I was one that voted yes for it. Got criticized, but will talk to a lot of people about it. And coming back, it did pick up a lot of barnacles. It's something that now we're going to have a very difficult time to support. And I was looking forward to really supporting this and this bill. You know, most of the projects that were in the bill that you passed out of here were supported by existing revenue. We just dipped into the general fund, not that much, and I thought with the projects that were in it that it was something that we should do. Representative Hornstein, how did we get rolled by the Senate? If you'd please yield for that question.
Representative Hornstein.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Leidiger. I don't think the Senate would see that at all. You know, the Senate had, and I think many of us were comfortable with these Senate provisions, but it wasn't the House position. The Senate had new revenue for a gas tax and a half-cent sales tax. That's not in the bill. And I'll comment on that later, why I think that we need to start to think about that for future transportation bills. But what's of more concern, Representative Leidiger, and I don't know what, you know, I don't consider these barnacles. I think they're helpful to the bill. But, you know, and I appreciated your vote. And you have concerns about 212, and I appreciated that. But we had, I think, 30 or so of your members that even without revenue, even without this general fund concern, still voted against the bill. And that concerns me because these are people that have also come to our committee hat in hand, wanting money for their corridors or their projects in their district. And a real minimalist bill they still voted against. That's bothersome to me. But to characterize this being rolled by the Senate, I think it's the opposite. I think they'll argue the opposite. And, you know, so this is the compromise that was worked out between the House, Senate, and Governor.
Representative Leidiger.
Thank you, Representative Hornstein. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I think that we should be voting no on this adoption, or we should not adopt it. I really think you need to go back into conference committee, get us back along the numbers that we had the first time coming out of here. So I recommend a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the author yield?
He will. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hornstein, can you give us an outline of the new taxes in the bill, what they are and how they work?
Zero. Representative Hornstein.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Drazkowski, as I mentioned in the bill, the only new taxes that we have are a local option county wheelage tax and a local option sales tax in greater Minnesota counties that can be used for transit and roads. Those are the only new taxes. They're local option. Of course, the wheelage tax is a per vehicle tax, and it's $10. That's it. There's no other additional taxation in the bill.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the author continue to yield?
He will. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hornstein, how about fees? What are the additional fees or fee increases in the bill?
Representative Hornstein.
There remains a fee increase in the bill that was voted off the House floor, and that's a $3 fee increase for licenses, and that's to cover the costs for the local, the local folks that the DPS contracts with to handle that, to just cover their costs.
Representative Drazkowski.
Would Representative Hornstein yield one more time, Mr. Speaker?
He will. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you. Representative Hornstein, how about FTEs? How many additional government employees are we hiring in this budget area as the proportion of the 1,300 new FTEs that we're going to be seeing this year?
Representative Hornstein.
The bill coming off the floor in the House had about 17 FTEs. A lot of that was in the Department of Public Safety portion of the bill, and the provisions around the Met Council that Representative Beard was talking about, those are Senate provisions, and that's enabling legislation, so it's not actually earmarking any money for specific FTEs. So I would still say we're in that about 17 to 20 range.
Representative Driscollowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Hornstein and members. I'll be voting no on this bill. Encourage the same. We have additional taxes and fees in the bill. We're hiring more government employees, and as I look at the spreadsheet, it appears that the 64% general fund increase from 12 and 13 to 14 and 15 has ballooned in the conference report to a 90% increase in the general fund budget for this particular budget area. So, members, I encourage a no vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Holberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the author yield?
He will. Representative Holberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hornstein, I'm looking on page 50 of the bill, language about the infrastructure hiring and recruitment. And if you look on lines 27, 28, 29, it talks about monitoring progress to these goals and that reports may track workers from zip codes that have high rates of poverty and unemployment. Can you tell us what tracking means?
Representative Hornstein.
Thank you very much. I anticipated that question, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Holberg. You're very good on these data privacy issues. I want to thank you. And so I did have a chance to talk with the Senate. You know, this is a Senate provision. And what it simply will identify, kind of like in the census, it identifies people by zip code, and it simply there for identification purposes. For example, you know, the 55405 zip code, you know, how many potential, you know, workers are there, you know, that would be involved in these contracts, and, you know, is there migration, is there retention, so that, you know, the Met Council and other appropriate agencies can better target where they're putting their resources in terms of recruiting.
Representative Holberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Hornstein, does this language give the department access to any additional data that they don't have access to now?
Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Holberg. It's my understanding that this is just simply for geographic identification purposes. I'm not aware that, like, sensitive personal data would be involved in this.
Representative Holberg.
Thank you. And Mr. Speaker and Representative Hornstein, well, I don't think they have the authority to take sensitive personal information, so I'm hoping that was not the intent of this language. Is it your understanding that this tracking function will occur under the guise of summary data and just allow summary reports that will not include individuals' names or addresses?
Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Holberg. That is my understanding. Again, the goal of this is language that Senator Champion has in the bill on the Senate side. And I know that his goal is simply to be able to target resources better in terms of where to identify potential employees and potential participants in these programs. You have a lot of training programs. You have a collaborative that MnDOT is involved with, and we just need to make sure that the targeting is done in a way that's, you know, makes sense, that's professionally done and accomplishes the goals of this policy language.
Well, Mr. Speaker and members and Representative Hornstein, thank you for the additional information. I think you could probably have done a little better with the terminology. Using the term tracking individuals by zip code doesn't have warm, fuzzy feelings for most people. But I appreciate you getting on the record that the intent is only to use summary data and that you won't collect data by name and address in order to accomplish the purpose of the language in your bill. So thank you.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I also want to thank Representative Hornstein for the effort and consideration of House File 123. I do know that and appreciate that the watered-down version is in Senate File 1270, but I do hope that we can maybe look at next year some of these House provisions that weren't adopted, because I think there's been a lot of cooperative effort, and again, thank you.
Seeing no further discussion on the motion to adopt the report, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. Russo, it changes from no to yes. So there being 79 ayes and 48 nays, the motion prevails. The clerk will give the bill its third reading as amended by conference.
Third reading, House File 1444 as amended by conference.
Third reading is amended by conference. Any further discussion? Representative Hoppe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Hornstein, I just want to take this opportunity to talk to you in particular and the body in general about one of my favorite legislative subjects, people driving slowly in the left-hand lane. I did not introduce legislation this year. I had a long meeting with public safety. Public safety doesn't like us to do anything more there because we don't have enough freeway lanes in the metro area, and we don't want to have people not using the left-hand lane during rush hour or when times are busy. Having said that, it is current state law that slower traffic should move right. Representative Rukavina and Holberg, Senator Tomassoni, a number of people a few years ago got some of these signs put out. I'm not sure how many there are around the state, but there are a handful out on the highways. And they say, unfortunately, they're on the right side of the road. I wish they were on the left, but they do say slower traffic, move right. I talked to public safety this year about not introducing legislation, but about putting the words state law on top of those signs, and they informed me that the cost would be about $30,000 to retrofit or to add those to the signs. So we're not going to do that. My hope is that the next time they have to replace one of those or put up another one, they will add the words state law just to make drivers aware. When you talk to not generally the people of public safety, but law enforcement, if you talk to state troopers or police officers, they will tell you that this is a public safety issue, and there are people all the time when they are flying down the highway with lights and sirens on that are driving slow in the left-hand lane. They're drinking coffee, they're on a cell phone, whatever it is. So I'm probably going to say this a couple more times, but just for those of you that are confused, watching on TV or here, current state law and general common courtesy, slower traffic, move right. Okay. One final thing on that. When we're talking about doing that, I believe it was 2 years ago, might have been 3 years ago, but we did put a provision in the driver's training manual that the driving instructors should be talking to people about. As a general common courtesy, it says that in the driver's manual, when students are learning how to drive, my daughter's 16 years old, she's just been going through this process, but in the manual, one of the things that they learn, it's now in there, who's with me on this? Slower traffic, move right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Hornstein. Members, I appreciate your attention, and in case I forgot to mention it, please move right.
Representative Benson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And Representative Hornstein, I want to thank you for your leadership of the committee. I have to say, I believe that you took our concerns, you met with us, you included us. I was very appreciative of the work that you put in to do that. There are a number of things that I certainly do support in this bill. You know, with the latest news, the fatality on Highway 52 in County 9 and the ongoing issues in County 14, to me at least, the corridors of commerce are critical. And I know that we try, and we have a history of not earmarking projects. My hope is that through the corridor of commerce and the issues that have been brought and raised because of the safety concerns in those two critical areas, that we'll address those as soon as possible. However, there are a number of things that caused me great heartburn, and I didn't vote for it on the way out, and I most certainly won't vote for it again. Some of them are minor in terms of, you know, the Made in Minnesota solar panels are back in there again, and certainly I don't agree with the economics behind that. I'm not going to rail on it today, but members, more than anything, it's for all the finance bills that we're going to hear today, it's to understand that they're all are greater than, and maybe sometimes we need to prioritize in that way. They're greater than the monies that were spent in the prior biennium. Their money's greater than the base. And the only way to pay for all these expanded, in my mind, bloated finance bills that we're going to hear through the rest of the today and tomorrow is to say that we're going to go along with $2 billion plus, up to $3 billion in tax increases and additional fees, not including all the things and the additional things that could be added on in local area sales tax option and wheelage tax. So even if you're for some of those things, being mindful of the fact that because we haven't prioritized, in my mind, transportation is critical to grow jobs in our economy, that we're going to have to add a substantial burden of tax and fee increases on the state of Minnesota. So, Representative Hornstein, I look forward to working with you more. In fact, I'd like to get together this summer and address some of the issues that we have. I know you made a trip down to Rochester, and the bus station was 1 billion miles away from downtown, I think was kind of the picture that I had, and maybe we can work on those things. But unfortunately today, folks, I'm not going to be able to support the bill. Thank you.
Further discussion to the bill. Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was wondering if the author would stand for a question.
He will. Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hornstein, if you would go to line 50.1 on page 50. Actually, if you back up to page 49 with the title here, it says Transitway Community Engagement. Flip over to page 50. I'll give you a second to get there. Just quickly, it says here, in all phases of Transitway project, in which the Met Council is the lead transportation authority, the Council may partner and contract for services with local community-based organizations to promote community engagement activities along the project corridor. The community-based organizations may include those organizations representative of low-income people, people of color, and people with disabilities, other cultural constituencies or small businesses. Representative Hornstein, would you shed a little light on this? What's the criteria? Who selects these community-based organizations? I've got, if you would stand, I just have a few questions on that.
Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Newberger. This is, again, an initiative of Senator Champion's, which I strongly support. The idea here is that, the Met Council is sort of perceived either correctly or incorrectly as maybe a distant, centralized bureaucracy, maybe not very engaged with these communities that they're working with. And so the idea, and the Met Council is supportive of this, is that they get a little help from the communities that are impacted by their decisions. So rather than maybe have the Met Council come in to work with folks on the north side of Minneapolis, for example, maybe they would, under this legislation, which is it's not a mandate of any kind, it just simply allows them, maybe they would contract with the Urban League or a neighborhood organization that really knows the community, that really is aware of the community, that can get folks out to meetings, so that this isn't just some kind of distant government organization coming into parachuting into a community and imposing their set of assumptions. So I think it's a great thing. I think the idea of a partnership with a community organization will only help promote and ensure that these transitways work for the impacted community.
Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Hornstein. Just a couple more follow-ups here. This says that the community-based organizations may include. Is the selection process one-way or is this two-way? Will this include political groups? It just says community-based organizations. Will local organizations or groups be able to petition the Met Council for potential inclusion into this, or do they just get selected by the Met Council?
Representative Hornstein.
Again, Mr. Speaker, Representative Newberger, I'm glad you highlighted the may include. This is not at all mandatory language. And this has been done before, not only with the Met Council, but other state agencies. And of course, these would be 501c3 organizations. This is not any kind of state funding of any political activity.
Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Hornstein. I find it a little unusual that the Met Council, the enormous body that it is, approximately $750 million budget, can't find it within their means to gather information on some of these things, given the scope of their involvement here. Representative Hornstein, if you would just try to take a stab at this. What do you estimate the cost of hiring these outside community-based organizations? What will that cost us?
Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Newberger. I don't have, again, this is language that enables the agency to engage in this kind of process. But, you know, if this isn't bricks and mortar, so you're, hiring or contracting out with individuals. So, I would imagine a professional salary for, a community nonprofit folk, people that work in these agencies. It's not a lot of money. People don't get rich in community organizing. So it would be probably a fairly modest wage.
Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Representative Hornstein. I appreciate you shedding some light on this. At this point, I still need a little bit of clarification. I had asked you in my original question, will this be a one-way transaction? Will the Met Council be recruiting these 501(c)(3)s according to their criteria, or will community-based groups that fit into this 501(c)(3) criteria, will they be able to petition the Met Council for potential inclusion into this community-based organization study to go out into the neighborhoods and to find out what it is they're looking for?
Representative Hornstein.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Newberger, no, there are organizations, again, like the Urban League and others, that have ongoing relationships with the Metropolitan Council. And if the Metropolitan Council sees fit that they want to have a better and improved access and engagement and relationships in the community, which I think is a good thing. We don't want public entities to simply parachute into communities and say this is how it's going to be done. And so if you think that's a good idea, which I hope you don't, that's the status quo. But when you have a partnership like this, again, you're much better able to respond and be responsive to community concerns. So the way this would work is I think that the Met Council would very likely issue, as is the protocol for many of these agencies in this kind of situation. This is not at all different than happens in other agencies and that the Met Council has done in the past. Probably some sort of request for proposals, and then those would be evaluated, and my guess would be it'd be an open and transparent and competitive process among these groups if the Met Council decides to do it. Again, this is simply enabling legislation. It's not a mandate.
Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Hornstein. So just kind of listening to your reply here, you said that these 501c3s will be allowed to be on this potential list as community-based organizations working in the communities to further the Met Council's agenda. But the key phrase that you used here, Representative Hornstein, is only those groups that have ongoing relationships with the Met Council. So that right there spells out a parameter that says it's one way. If you're not already in the old boys club, so to speak, then you're not going to get in. If I have in my community, if I form a 501c3 that specifically addresses transportation issues, by means of your comments here, I'm already excluded because I don't have an ongoing relationship with the Met Council. I just wanted to clarify that's the message that I'm getting from you, correct?
Representative Hornstein will yield. Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Representative Newberger, and thank you for that clarification. First of all, the criteria are not established in this legislation. My point was only that the Met Council does have ongoing relationships with many groups, but obviously they would not have, and the criteria hasn't been set, but I would assume that an organization that would fit the criteria, whether they were engaged with the Met Council or not, would certainly be qualified for a grant or involvement in this program. So if I misled you, I apologize, but no, there's no criteria in this legislation, and I would highly doubt the Met Council would set criteria that there's a prerequisite that they have to be a known organization to the Met Council. My guess is that the main criteria would be a 501c3, and then we would probably go from there in terms of other criteria in terms of this grant program.
Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Hornstein. Will this, one last question and I'll be done here. When the Met Council potentially goes into this phase where they're actively looking for these community-based organizations for input, will there be, what kind of public notice is there going to be? Is there going to be mailings? Is there going to be something on the internet? How will these organizations know that they have the potential to interview for inclusion on this?
Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Newberger. I would imagine it would be the public notice process that the Met Council and other agencies typically use for a request for proposals.
Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members, for your time. This is a very gray area that we have that allows the Met Council, once again, more unmitigated power and the ability to kind of recruit. This concerns me, who they will be working with and what the political agendas are of these community-based organizations. I just wanted to call attention to that, and I thank you for your time.
Representative Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chair Hornstein, I will have to say, due to the fact that this is my first year on the committee, it was a well-run committee, and I really thoroughly enjoyed it. It was a very learning process and environment, and I thought it was well done. And I'm not going to belabor the point because I think Representative Newberger went down this section, but I know that in MnDOT we have some real good hiring incentives for the MnDOT to hire veterans and veterans organizations for doing projects and that type of thing. When we talk about the same thing here in the section that Representative Newberger was in, is there anything in this, or does that requirement for MnDOT also carry over for the Met Council in these projects? If you would yield for a question.
Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's an excellent question, Representative Howe. And I know that Representative Detmer had done some work with Senator Champion when Senator Champion was representative champion here, and they worked collaboratively to make sure that some of this criteria did apply to veterans. And so, thank you for flagging that. And I think that's probably an important point moving forward that could be added to this. We didn't see these things as mutually exclusive when they were debated. And again, I appreciate so much the work that Representative Detmer did with Representative Champion on that.
Representative Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Chair Hornstein. And I apologize for not catching it earlier. We could have probably done something before it went over, but it's something that we need to note and put forward on the next one and clean that up so veterans get an even shot. And I don't suspect that they're probably in that community-based group, but I think we can get them there and something we can work towards in the future. And I thank you, and thank you, members.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Hornstein yield for a question?
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you. Well, first off, Mr. Speaker, I know the Democrat majority is a little bit embarrassed of their tactics this session, but I was disappointed to see Representative Sundin hiding behind his Terminator sunglasses over in the Democrat dog pound there, trying to hide. Representative Sundin, you cannot hide. The people know who that you are. They know what you're doing. So do not try to do that. But Representative Hornstein, my apologies, can you just please elaborate on the provision eliminating the referendum requirement for the sales tax provisions? I know there's a set of rules for CTIB counties. There's some changes that you've made to that in the statewide. Can you elaborate on how much that can be, what it'll be used for, and who's losing the vote and who's gaining the vote?
Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Gavel, you're absolutely correct. We are now extending the same situation that we have in the metro area. With a quarter set in the metro area, we currently have a joint powers agreement known as CTIB that has a local option quarter-cent sales tax in place for transit uses. The provision that you're referring to, Representative Garofalo, would extend that to counties outside of the 7-county metro area, and it's up to a half cent, and it could be used for both road and transit purposes, and it's a local option tax. Currently, there is a referendum requirement that is waived under this legislation.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If Representative Hornstein would yield for another question.
He will. Representative Garofalo.
Representative Hornstein, you're supposed to snarl when you say my name. That's kind of part of the deal between you and I. No gas tax, no metro area sales tax in this bill. Am I correct in hearing that?
Representative Hornstein.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Garofalo, yes, you are correct.
Representative Garofalo.
So, Mr. Speaker, Representative Hornstein, can you just I know there's been I think we're approaching the $3 billion meter now on taxes, fee increases, and actions by the Democrat majorities. Are the taxpayers safe from the gas tax and metro area sales tax increase until 2014? Or are you going to be working with your taxing majorities to try to resurrect those proposals in 2014 before the election?
Representative Hornstein.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Garofalo, it's too early to say that. We'll have to see what folks are thinking in different communities, and I'll address some of our ongoing transportation needs in my closing comments.
Representative Gavel.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Hornstein. I appreciate that. So just the message to be clear is that these tax increases are not yet off the table, despite the fact that we're seeing a ton of fee increases, higher income taxes, taxing smokers, these warehousing sales tax provisions that are going to have a devastating effect on warehouse inventory businesses. The message from the Democrat Party today is it's not enough. It's not enough. We need more taxes. They need more spending. And I suspect Representative Hornstein and the members of the DFL majority that regardless of the amount of tax increases that are implemented, that's going to be the message from the Democrats. It's never enough. Enough taxing the Democrats is like the boogeyman or the tooth fairy. It simply doesn't exist. Members, I'll be voting no on Representative Hornstein's bill.
Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I did have one more question if Representative Hornstein would yield.
He will yield. Representative Newberger.
Representative Hornstein, I'm going to go right back again to these community-based organizations that are going to be working in neighborhoods. Is there going to be any type of criteria or parameters to the information that they gather? What will these groups, what are they going to do with the information? Will there be any rules or restrictions? What kind of sunshine? What kind of report? What are they going to do with the information that they get from these neighborhoods as they are subcontracted from the Met Council? And what's going to happen with that? And if they are potential political groups, will they be sharing that information with their potential rivals?
Representative Hornstein.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Newberger, as I mentioned before, all of this would be covered under existing protocols for RFPs and the parameters by which these groups would be working. So this would conform to existing law. I don't think that there's any need to be concerned about huge data privacy concerns. These are groups that are going to be going into communities, organizing meetings, talking one-to-one with people. If you have a highway going through your community or a transitway or whatever, I think it's incumbent on a public agency to get input in the most effective way they can from these communities and these neighborhoods. So I think what you're describing is a little far afield in terms of what's really going to take place here.
Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to make sure that I heard you correctly here, Representative Hornstein. Apparently, as we're discussing this conversation is evolving down a direction where we seem to be setting some parameters here as we discuss this. So what you're saying, according to your last statement here, is that these community-based organizations will have to file an RFP in order to do this. That's the intent of this, because all we see here is a may. That seems to be the only criteria right here on 50.4. The community-based organizations may include those organizations. So, and then we also have here where the Met Council, this is all very gray. So when they go back and look at this, what you're saying then is that the minimum criteria is that these community-based organizations will be knocking on doors, gathering information that we don't know the parameters on, that they will have to file an RFP, correct? If the representative would yield.
He will yield. Representative Hornstein.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Newberger, RFP or whatever other criteria is existing, this isn't something that hasn't been done before. So the Met Council would follow existing protocols, and so they would follow those existing protocols. And again, we have, thanks to Representative Holberg and others, very strict and transparent data practices laws in terms of employees or contractors with the state's ability to glean private information from people. So they would be subject to those existing laws, one would assume, in terms of this criteria. So they're not going to be breaking any existing laws on data privacy. They would have to work within existing parameters, and the Met Council would have to work within existing parameters in terms of contracts, RFPs, public notice, transparency around those relationships, those financial relationships with the state.
Representative Newberger.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Hornstein, I thank you for your time and for clarifying this. So if they go back and listen to this, try to see what we're driving at here. So there will need to be some type of formal RFP or some type of contractual agreement before these community-based organizations start canvassing neighborhoods. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Representative Driscollowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hornstein, I did forget one thing earlier, and Representative Benson mentioned it. I do appreciate generally your leadership on the committee. And you do a good job, Representative Hornstein. I think, as Representative Garofalo and others talked about our differences, and I think others have too, I do have hesitations about the continuing march here towards additional taxation and fees and growth in government. As I mentioned in the budget, it is a 90% increase in general fund spending in this transportation area, so very concerned. But I would like to just mention one thing that Representative Benson mentioned. County Road 9 and U.S. Highway 52 just had another death last week. I think it's either the most or the second most dangerous intersection in the rural part of Minnesota, and it's right at the edge of my district. And if we can find a way to make that a priority among all of these millions of dollars that we do spend in a very important area, and you do chair a committee that is one of the priorities of government. As I look at the 4 priorities of government through the lens that I look at things through, this is one of them. And so I do appreciate this particular area. So don't take everything I say to suggest that it's not, because it very much is. With that being said, Mr. Speaker, I'd have one more question for Mr. Chair.
He will yield. Representative Driscollowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chair Hornstein, the Section 39 of the bill that you were talking with Representative Newberger and others about, and the language is in here twice. It says is encouraged to, and I don't know that I've seen that in law before. Is there precedence for us to say is encouraged to, and how is that encouragement measured?
Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Drazkowski. And I'm honored that you generally approve of my involvement with the Transportation and Finance Committee. But, Mr. Speaker and Representative Drazkowski, I think there's a lot of different ways in which we, in state law, discuss things that aren't mandates. So I think this is just another one. I can't answer in terms of whether this is found in other places in state law. But the most important thing that you need to know, this is not a mandate. We're simply asking the Met Council to really consider doing the things that are outlined in that section.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Hornstein. Well, I appreciate that discussion, but we don't ask a government what to do here. This body sets the law. The law tells the government this is what the people of Minnesota would want you to do. This is what we are requiring you as the government that we pay $39 billion for, actually $65 billion if you include all funds. This is what we expect you to do as part of the employment with this government, as part of the directive from the people through the legislature. So I don't think that this language is appropriate. I don't think we should be putting into statute or even wasting the ink on language that says encourage to do anything. I would encourage, personally, the Department of Transportation or the lead transportation authority to be nice. I'd encourage them to, hold their kids accountable and to high standards. I'd encourage them not to pollute while they're working on the job. I'd encourage them to wave to people as they go by. Those would be good encouragements. I'd encourage them not to eat too much and stay in good shape. Those are things we could encourage them to do too. All just as worthy, all equally as worthy as us writing anything into statute to encourage the department to do anything. So it's not anything to do with the content of the section. We just should not have anything in our statutes that says we encourage them to do anything. So with that, Representative Hornstein, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Detmer.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the author please yield to a question?
He will. Representative Detmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Hornstein, Chair Hornstein. On Section 34, lines 47.30 to 48.8. Could you just explain that provision of the bill? I see it's new language. Could you explain that? I see it deals with the 7-county metro area.
Representative Hornstein.
This is related to the bonds that the County Transit Improvement Board issues, and it just, I believe, it clarifies some processes with these bonds and sets a ceiling, I believe. But we have counsel here, and they can help clarify my comments if that's not helpful to you.
Representative Detmer.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, I'd like to have that clarified because I do represent Washington County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hornstein.
This isn't the CTIP provision. That's another one, and this is the Met Council bonding authority, which we do every year. It's normally in the tax bill. It's here, and this has been always supported bipartisanly. Representative Abrams carried this for many years, and this just goes for the bonds that the Met Council uses for bus shelters and other rolling stock that the agency uses. So this is just simply extending the Met Council bonding authority. I'm sorry I misspoke. It wasn't CTIP's authority.
Representative Runbeck. Representative Runbeck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and would the chairman please yield?
He will. Representative Runbeck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Mr. Chairman. I enjoyed being on your committee as well, and it pays to listen to your words, I have found out. You're very, very good in chairing these committees. But I have a couple questions. Just a quick one on the Transportation Economic Development Fund. The wording throughout is transportation, I see. Has there been any determination of the ratio of those funds going to transit versus roads?
Representative Hornstein.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Runbeck. This is a roads program. This is a program, it's a governor's initiative. It relates to interchanges, and it relates to interchanges that affect and would help and assist various businesses. So and we're funding this through the trunk highway fund in this bill. So this has nothing to do with public transit.
Representative Runbeck.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Hornstein, well, that does give me comfort. So thank you very much for that. I know it's a very sort of divisive debate always that's in the background of our transportation funding bill, where there's, one side fighting for more transit while the other side is sort of fighting for more roads. But I do have a couple questions on page 48, the Novice Driver Task Force. And I don't know whose bill that was, but Representative Hornstein, was there a specific problem that brought this to our attention? Driver education has risen to a level of concern at this point, or where does this come from?
Representative Hornstein will
Mr.
yield.
Speaker and Representative Runbeck, I think on this one it would probably be helpful to have you yield to Representative Morgan.
Representative Runbeck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Morgan. I wonder if you would yield. I'm interested in some background on the Novice Driver Education Task Force. Was this model legislation coming from the federal level? Has this risen, how has this risen to sort of a level of interest at the national level? And what can we expect this group to provide us?
Representative Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Runbeck, this legislation was brought to me by the Association of Driver Education Instructors. They want to make sure that we are helping our teens, our new drivers, be as safe as possible. Because, of course, when they're on the road, we're on the road, and we care about them, and we care about the people who they encounter on the road. So this task force is going to get together and find ways that we can align our instruction, that the driver instructors can align our instruction with the national standards.
Representative Runbeck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Morgan. I'm looking at the list of who's participating on this task force, and these are folks who are around the Capitol often. I'm thinking, don't they get together on a regular basis? Don't they see and talk to each other? And what was the necessity really of putting together a task force? Seems like they know who they are and they're familiar with the topic. Why a task force?
Representative Hornstein. Representative Runbeck, could you repeat your question?
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry,
For
Mr.
Representative
Speaker.
Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I was directing it to Representative Morgan, that the makeup of the task force, these are all individuals who, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Minnesotans for Safe Driving, Minnesota Association of Student Councils, American Automobile Association, Minnesota Safety Council. These folks are around the Capitol with frequency. They, surround MnDOT, I guess, with advice all the time. So don't they just happen to talk to each other and talk about these things without a task force?
Representative Morgan.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Runbeck, if you take a look at the language, the duties of the task force are to examine and compare Minnesota law and rules concerning driver education with the Novice Teen Driver Education and Training Administration standards, identify discrepancies, and determine to what extent, if any, state law should be modified to conform with federal standards. This is typically what we do, Representative Runbeck. We bring stakeholders together to bring recommendations to the legislature for improving the way we deliver safe driver training in the state of Minnesota.
Representative Runbeck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Morgan. Is there any potential that this group might come forward with a 0.05 blood alcohol level recommendation for Minnesota to enact?
Representative Morgan.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Rumbeck, I don't know Representative Rumbeck. I know that Representative Beard worked with me on this legislation. Perhaps he has more insight into it.
Representative Rumbeck.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to raise that. I mean, I think that, that's certainly a topic. Certainly, we see that coming down the pipeline from the federal government that they want now to move all blood alcohol level to 0.05. So, on the horizon, it's there. It's going to be coming to Minnesota. But this is typically how folks on your side of the aisle fill the pipeline with new legislation. We see this. And my concern is, we've got several task forces in this bill. I did want to ask, I see this has a deadline of 2015, August 2015, it sunsets. And what is the chance, Representative Morgan, that this will actually sunset? Or do you see this going on into future years?
Representative Morgan.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Rumbeck, I see no reason why it would go on into future years. They're going to make some recommendations about alignment with national standards, and then their purpose would be expired.
Representative Rumbeck.
Right. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, this may be one of the more sort of benign task forces out there. I'll grant you that. But my concern very, very generally is what we see year after year after year after year, which is that we create these task forces and they are creating megaphones to politicize more people. More megaphones to politicize more people, to deliver more advice to government, to build government programs and costs and so on. This is more outreach to folks to get them involved in the process. Because why? Because process involves folks at the ground level. It is part of the big government complex. And I think it's reasonable to be concerned and suspicious. I think we're building ground troops, perhaps, for our opposition. I'm concerned about that, as opposed to just simply being very helpful advice-giving groups that we can rely on. So, there's a fine line, but I think we have reason to be concerned and to ask good questions. We don't need more megaphones out there, folks, for more liberal voices pushing for more big government. Thank you.
Representative Hornstein.
Do you want to close?
No.
It sounded like a comment.
No, did you want to close?
Oh, okay. Thank you. There was no further discussion. Wonderful. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I appreciate the good discussion we've had today. And I think there are a couple of brief points that I want to just make in closing, based on our conversation today on the floor. We had Representative Drazkowski mention a specific intersection that he's concerned of. We have Representative Leidinger at 212. We have a lot of corridors on this side of the aisle, corridors on this side of the aisle. Everybody wants their local projects funded, yet people are reluctant to vote for the revenue to pay for them. And that's a problem. That's an ongoing problem. And this bill moves us incrementally forward, but we can and we must do better than this, members, because the needs are so clear and are so strong in terms of our road, bridge, and transit infrastructure. Members, there's a story that I think all of us are familiar with. It involves that little Dutch boy that puts his finger in the dam. The North Sea is about to wipe away an entire city. I think it's Haarlem in the Netherlands in the story. Hans Brinker is the little boy. And so he puts his finger in the dam, withholds the water temporarily, but then a whole group of townspeople come and then they help him and they're able to plug the hole and improve the infrastructure. And so it's a simple story, but I kind of went around and did a little research on, what are people saying this really means? And so there was one answer I found, which I thought was particularly profound. The negative message is that the Dutch boy is addressing a symptom and not a cause. And I think in many ways we're addressing symptoms but not causes. The cause is the ongoing
lack of revenue to fund our critical infrastructure. And of course, the positive message, I'll end with the positive message, a small effort can avoid a major disaster. And so a small effort, just a small effort, like I believe we saw earlier in some proposals that we had circulated in this body, I think can go a long way in preventing disasters. And so we need to make sure that moving forward into the future, we take much more seriously in this body investments in our basic infrastructure. And that's what I think our committee will do moving forward, I hope in a bipartisan manner, because we are about to look at a fiscal cliff when it comes to transportation funding. And so if we don't address this issue soon, there's going to be a lot less revenue potentially on the table. So members, as I said when this bill moved off the House floor, it's the beginning of an urgent conversation in our state. And that these transportation problems don't go away, they get more numerous and they get more expensive. And so we really do need to address this issue, I believe, in the future in a much more substantive way. But we move forward on a couple of important initiatives in this bill, and I would encourage a yes vote.
The clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 77 ayes and 53 nays, the bill is repassed as amended by conference and its title agreed to. Calendar for the day.
Murphy moves that Senate File 778 be taken from the table.
Representative Murphy.
Mr. Speaker, I'd request a roll call, please.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Seeing no discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 69 ayes and 59 nays, the motion prevails. The clerk will report the bill.
Senate File 778, an act relating to collective bargaining.
There is, we'll return to the amendment we were on at the time of, we laid it on the table.
Mack moving to amend Senate File 778, the fifth engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A74.
Representative Mack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I was trying to get back in the line of questioning we had before on my amendment, the A74 amendment. Just to remind members and folks listening, what this amendment would do is it would allow child care providers or PCAs at any time to rescind membership in an employee organization or in participation with the union. Mr. Speaker, I am wondering if Representative Nelson will yield for a question.
He will yield. Representative Mack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Nelson, we had kind of gone down this line of questioning earlier this morning, but I just wanted to return to one thing to get some clarity. One thing that we've heard in committee on this bill is that a lot of times there's a lot of transition with CCAP families. Those are the low-income families that if you want to provide service to those, that would force daycare providers to be a part of the union. So what I'm asking is, let's say I'm a child care provider and on May 1st I have a CCAP family, but on June 1st that CCAP family is not going to be with me any longer. Can I drop out of the union at that point, right when I find out I'm not going to have a CCAP family? Can I drop out of the union for a couple of months, pick up a CCAP family again maybe in the fall or early the next year? Explain to me that process. Once I don't have a CCAP family, how do I drop out of the union at that point?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Mack. And it seems like you've got a pretty clear understanding of it. Yes.
Representative Mack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will Representative Nelson yield?
He will.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I forget, Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry, could I ask for a roll call?
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Mack.
Representative Nelson, I guess, could you explain to me how exactly, what is the process? I don't know, I'm just not as familiar with PELRA as you are. Explain to me how I rescind my membership from the union. How long is that process? Immediately are my dues done? I don't have to pay them anymore? How does that work?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair or Mr. Speaker and Representative Mack. The dues are normally monthly dues. So if on the 1st of May you had a child that was getting a CCAP subsidy, child care subsidy, your dues would be paid for May. If you didn't have that child in June, you wouldn't have any dues paid, and there would be no record of you being, and then you'd be out of the union automatically. So that's kind of how it works. If you choose not to, if you still have CCAP kids and you choose not to be in the union and want to just be a fair share member, you can send them a letter at any time and tell them you want to do that. But the dues are normally for a month.
Representative Mack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So members, if I'm understanding correctly, at that point, as Representative Nelson just said, if there's a chance that you might be taking up CCAP kids again anytime in the near future, your only option is to, at a minimum, pay fair share. If you want to have the option, I don't know how big of a rigmarole it is to get out of the union. I'm still not sure I have clarity on exactly what that process is. I've never been a part of a union, so I don't know how onerous the paperwork is or how responsive the unions are when you request to rescind, how quickly that can happen. But members, one other thing I just want to draw your attention to, and we've talked a lot about child care providers. Obviously, another huge part of this bill is the unionization of PCAs, personal care attendants, the folks that take care of our vulnerable, disabled, and elderly. And members, unlike the child care providers, a portion of their kids might be getting a government subsidy through CCAP. However, in the world of personal care attendants, that is pretty much all paid through subsidies, through Medicaid dollars and state funds on our waivered services. And so, members, this amendment is particularly important for that sector because rescission is not nearly as, assuming Representative Nelson is correct, and I don't necessarily think that he is, but that rescission is just that easy. You don't want CCAP families. If you're a family care provider, you can rescind and you don't have to be in the union. But in the case of PCAs, members, pretty much all PCAs are funded through state dollars. So rescission is really not an option. If you want to continue to provide service to your nephew, your niece, your grandparent, your child, whatever you might be, remember 87% of these folks are family and friends of the people they serve. If you want to continue to do that, provide that service for your loved one, provide that help that they need, rescission is not an option, members. You have to continue to be in the union or pay fair share, which really isn't that great of a deal at all, if you want to continue to get paid for what you're doing for your family or friend or someone that you've grown to have a relationship with through their disability or elderly or whatever the case might be. So members, I'll wrap up on this amendment, but I just hope you're keeping in mind how this affects not only child care providers, which a lot of our conversation has revolved around, but certainly the personal care attendants members. It's not as easy as it's being made to sound. All we're saying is that they should have the freedom and choice to rescind membership from a union, and that should really be a priority for all of us. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Nelson. Representative Benson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Representative Nelson, I'll ask you to yield to a question. Last night, as we adjourned just before 7 o'clock, Representative Dean made a very important point in our discussion about how the money is paid in terms of the assistant payments. And those, in fact, did not go to the provider. They went to the parent, and then the parent's responsibility was to pay for the provider or pay the provider. And you had earlier made a statement that the union dues would be extracted from payments made from the state to the provider. Well, based on what what Representative Dean read in terms of how state law is actually constructed, and that the payment is actually made to the parent, not the provider, can you share with us again and how this connects with the amendment that we're talking about right now in terms of stopping and starting union dues or making a decision about whether you don't? And normally that would take some kind of form to the person either in the union or in HR to make sure that stop and start was done. But since there is not a mechanism to take dues from, how will that whole process take place? How will these new unionized providers, if they so select or decide, actually pay their union dues and then notify someone that they're not in the union, and so that those dues will stop?
Are you asking Representative Nelson to yield? Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Representative Benson. And I'm being told here by the chair of the Health and Human Services Committee that the CCAP dollars are paid to the provider through the county. And so the mechanism was there. If there was no money going them because they didn't have any CCAP children, there would be no dues withheld, and that would be the record that they're not in the union. And if they choose to withdraw, it's a simple matter of signing a piece of paper and handing it to the union or mailing to the union saying no longer wish to be a member. No fancy form of any type.
Representative Benson.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and Representative Nelson, for that clarification. In a sense, you are right. I'll back up. Actually, what happens is the payment from the county is made. It does go to the provider in the name of the parent. So that's how it's paid. And will the parent then need to have to give an approval for a portion of their payment to be extracted from their payment to go to the union? And will that be apportioned equally with the number of CCAP payments or children that are in the care of that individual?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think we plowed this ground a couple of times last night. The CCAP payments to the provider are a reimbursement for work that they have already performed, just like a paycheck is a reimbursement for work that's already been performed. And once the work has been performed, it's owed to the provider, and it's the provider's money, not the daycare person, not the parent's money, not the state's money. It's the provider's money because they've already earned it, and it's due to them.
Representative Benson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Representative Nelson, just for the members to understand, these are checks that are sent by the state through the counties to the providers for work that was performed, but it's really to subsidize the parent for the children that are going to be cared for in a couple of weeks, or for a couple of weeks, or a month, however the payment is distributed. So this is money that goes to the parent to subsidize their child care that we are now going to extract union dues from. So when we're talking about stopping and starting and all this, it's pretty complicated. There's going to be a cost to it. It's not going to be as easy. I'm glad we have it on the record because we all know this is going to end up in court. that we've heard here today how easy it's going to be to get them in and out of the union when you don't have a CCAP person. And in committee, we heard plenty of testimony, in fact, that there will be a number of people who are currently providers that take CCAP children that are going to decide, because of this onerous potential unionization, that they're going to drop these kids. So that we have it on the record. This is a pretty easy thing to get done. We're going to take union dues out of child care subsidy to the parents, but it's going to be easy to get out of that. Thank you.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, in the brief opening hours debate and discussion on this bill, repeatedly the author stated, this is in the bill, the amendment is not needed. I would say, especially with this amendment and others, that even though less than 0.5% of licensed providers or members of the community, business people, etc., that are providing these services have availed to joining the union, that since they already can, and again, that very small fraction have joined the union, that this bill is not needed. So I would at least vote for this amendment, and to the further extent, vote no on the underlying bill.
The member from Waseca, Representative Petersburg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm hoping that that Representative Nelson will yield for a question.
He will yield. Representative Petersburg.
Thank you so much, and I think this is a follow-up to what Representative Benson had started asking, but I think maybe the question was maybe the wrong question to ask, and since I don't know the answer, I'm thinking Representative Nelson would know. The question shouldn't be where does the money get, or who the money gets paid to. My question is, because it is a government program and has to be applied for, who applies for the payment? Is it the provider or the parent?
Representative Nelson will yield. Representative Nelson.
Madam Speaker, I believe the parent.
Representative Petersburg.
Thank you. I was thinking that was it, but I wasn't sure, so thank you for that. That kind of leads me to believe that because the parent applies for it, it is really the parents that are getting the benefit of it, and it is the parents who are getting the subsidy, even though it may go directly to another provider. I think we do that in other areas too. So it seems to me that might be a question for us to be concerned about. Thank you for that clarification.
The member from Wabasha, Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would the author yield?
He will yield. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Nelson, let's kind of get it on the record here exactly how these union dues are collected. I mean, we've talked about, and Representative Benson and you had the discussion about how the CCAP payments are transferred to the daycare business, so we understand that. But Minnesota is listening today, and in the face of this very unpopular bill that I understand has received editorials against the approval of this bill from the majority of the major newspapers in the state, I think people would like to know how exactly the union is going to take this money from the daycare businesses. So, can you tell us how is the union going to receive dues from the daycare businesses?
The member from Hennepin, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I don't know all the ins and outs of all the exact steps that it would go through, but I'm assuming it would take the same type of path that our current state employees who choose to have their dues checked off. It would follow that same procedure, but that's something that would be determined by the Bureau of Mediation Services along with the union if a bargaining agent gets certified.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would the author continue to yield?
He will yield. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So Representative Nelson, you're saying that that is not determined yet. That's what I heard, is that this bill does not today tell us how the union will take the dues and fair share fees away from the daycare providers. Is that correct?
Representative Nelson.
Madam Speaker and members, that is what the appropriation is for. That is what the Bureau of Mediation Services do. They would have to work in conjunction with Minnesota Management and Budget. And like I said, I'm assuming they would follow the same practices they use currently for current state employees in how they collect dues.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Nelson continue to yield?
He will yield. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, Representative Nelson, the current state employees have the money taken from their paychecks, as you mentioned, through a check off where they can check a box and say take it from their paychecks. Well, the state government is not paying them a paycheck because they are not state employees. So that doesn't work. I would like to know where in the bill prescribes how the unions are going to take from these daycare providers the dues and fair share fees that are authorized in the bill.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Representative Drazkowski. It's not specified in the bill because that's something that would happen after a unit was formed and after an election was won, that negotiations would take place between the Department of Administration, MMB, and the union, if it's formed, of how to work these things out, and that's something that's not determined yet. And again, like I said, it would probably follow the same similar path as how we do this for other bargaining units in the state of Minnesota.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Nelson continue to yield?
He will yield. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Nelson, is there any, are there any directions to the agencies in terms of authorizing them rulemaking authority to do what you just said? Is there any authorization in the bill to authorize the agencies necessary here to write rules to prescribe how the unions will take the dues and fair share fees away from the daycare businesses?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I had a little birdie here talk to me and say that, give me more information that, again, we learn every day. But the state withholds per PELRA statute 179A.06. So that's already prescribed in Minnesota state law.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker. Would Representative Nelson yield again?
He will. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, Representative Nelson, the people of Minnesota are listening. They're listening to this debate on the floor of the Minnesota House of Representatives. They're listening about a bill that includes unionization of daycare businesses in Minnesota. They deserve to know how these daycare businesses are going to be forced to pay their dues and fees to the union. Can you just tell us in common terms, how is this going to happen?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In common terms, it would follow the procedures that I believe that are used currently by state employees, that the reimbursements that they get, in the case of state employees, their paychecks. In the case of the daycare workers taking CCAP dollars, it would be the reimbursement they get from the state through the county, and it could be withheld from that. And that would be the same procedure. And I guess that's the simplest terms I can state it. And I don't know how much simpler I can state it than that.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Nelson yield again?
He will. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you. Representative Nelson, how about the PCAs? In the PCA portion of the bill, how will the PCA businesses, how will the unions take from these PCA businesses their dues and fees? How will they be taken from them by the unions?
Representative Nelson.
Madam Speaker, members, as was stated earlier, the 179A section of the statute, these people are paid directly by the state, or they're paid by the state through a fiscal intermediary that they've chosen to have do their payroll pieces for them, and the money would be held at that point if a union was formed and a contract was bargained and the bill became law.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Nelson. Well, members, Minnesotans, what I heard the author of the bill say is he doesn't know. What I heard is there is not a place in the bill that tells us how the unions are going to take from either the daycare businesses or the PCA businesses the fair share fees and dues that are prescribed in the bill. Members, these are private businesses that are not state employees. The dollars, as was outlined earlier, go through from the state to the county and then are paid to the provider, paid to the daycare business, and then there is no mechanism in place to collect those dues and fair share fees. Members, this bill is not ready. This bill does not have the details in it as to how these payments would be made. There's not rules authorized in the bill for agencies to write for the special circumstance where we are unionizing private businesses. This is unprecedented in Minnesota. We have not had a bill as awkward and obtuse as this one that does not fit with the National Labor Relations Act. It is not in conformance with federal labor law and will be found to be unconstitutional. Members, this bill is not ready. It does not tell us how this is to happen. I would encourage the support of Representative Mack's amendment, Madam Speaker, because it would allow these daycare businesses and PCA businesses to opt out of the union when they find that they have not been served and found value in the products that the union delivers. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Washington, Representative Detmer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And would the author, Chair Nelson, yield to a question?
He will yield. Representative Detmer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Chair Nelson, would you agree that we are talking about the providers as being independent, self-employed small business owners?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I guess I don't have an argument with that.
Representative Detmer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And would the chair continue to yield?
He will yield. Representative Detmer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And would you say that, Chair Nelson, that providers already have a choice, or these businesses already have a choice to join a union now?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Representative Detmer and members. These individual providers could join a union now, voluntarily, but that's not what the bill's about. What the bill's about is providing these individuals, if they form a union, to be able to bargain with the state. Currently, that union, or any union that would represent them, does not have that power to bargain as an exclusive representative for the state. And that is the part of the bill. That is what the bill would do if they get the 500 signatures, if they get the 30% of the bargaining unit to sign authorization cards, if they get to an election and then win the election with 50% plus one of those voting, then they would have the ability to bargain for benefits, for reimbursements, for increased reimbursements, those type of things. That's what this is about. Currently, they can form a union, they can voluntarily join a union, but that union has no right to bargain for them. And this is what we're doing, is giving these members the ability to form a bargaining unit so that they can bargain for better conditions.
Representative Detmer.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chair Nelson. Well, we heard it. These businesses, these providers, they have a choice of joining a union right now. In fact, only 57 of these businesses, private businesses, have chosen to join a union out of 11,000 licensed family small businesses. And for the past 8 years, members, for the past 8 years, these businesses, these providers have fought against, overwhelmingly, they've fought against being forced to join our child care unionization process. So there's really no reason for this bill at all, members. These businesses already have a choice to unionize or to not. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Holbrook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and will the author yield?
Who? Representative Nelson?
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. Will the author yield?
Yes, he will. Representative Holbrook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Nelson, do you know whether or not dues would be charged per employee or per child?
Representative Nelson.
Per person, per individual daycare provider.
All right. If
Representative
I might,
Holbrook.
Members, during the Ways and Means Committee, in answering some questions, Representative Nelson conceded that if this bill were to become law, we would basically be setting up a two-tiered system of child care in the state of Minnesota. We would have unionized child care, and if you were a poor family, you would be limited to those choices for child care. If you are not relying on a state subsidy, you could go to any child care in the state. But we would limit the choices of the low-income families that are using this state program for funding. And we have had a lot of discussion about the money and how the money is. And we heard Representative Huntley in Ways and Means saying it was no different than if they were paying subsidies for health care, et cetera. Well, members, I don't think that that is exactly true. Because what happens is that these subsidies don't always cover all of the costs. So I'm just going to use some round numbers here to try and illustrate why these union dues will be coming out of the pockets of the low-income families. If you have, let's say that the cost per child or per independent business person is $100 a month for dues, and that they charge $1,200 a month for services. This low-income family receives a subsidy from the state of $1,000 a month. So before this bill becomes law, that low-income family will have to take $200 out of their budget to cover the difference between the total cost of daycare and the subsidy. Now, if we pass this law, and if that family is lucky enough that their child care decides to stay in the union, of course, if they don't, they'll have to find a different provider. But if they're lucky enough for their child care business to take their subsidy, and it's $100 a month in dues, the cost of the child care is not going to change. It's still going to be $1,200 per month. But now the money coming to actually pay the cost of the child care will be reduced by that $100 fee for the union. So the union gets $100 of the $1,000, the child care business gets $900, and what comes out of the budget of the low-income family? Not $200 a month, but now the low-income family is going to have to contribute $300 a month out of their budget. It's a very simple math problem, and it is not the subsidy that's going to pay the union fee. The union fee is going to come out of the family budget of the low-income children in the state of Minnesota. And I think that this is wrong. There's overwhelming opposition to this bill. I don't understand it, but I think we're going down a very dangerous road. I have heard from countless child care business owners that if this bill becomes law, that they will, in order to avoid unionization, stop taking low-income children that need a subsidy to pay for their child care. And I think it's, when we keep saying that the worker earned this money and it's their money, they are not going to adjust their rates to pay the union. That $1,200 monthly fee that we talked about is a $1,200 monthly fee for child care. Their $1,000 of buying power from the state as a result of unionization will be reduced by the cost of the dues. It's very simple math, that if it's $100 a month, there's $100 less a month to pay for gas, groceries, clothing, and all the other things that these family needs. So, members, please, this is, I think, a very dangerous bill. I understand the reason that it's here in front of you. Many members on the other side of the aisle have told me how much they dislike this bill. It doesn't make sense. It's going to be damaging to our low-income families. They'll have less buying power for their child care, and it's just not what we want, to have a two-tiered system of child care in the state of Minnesota.
Representative Nelson? Representative Dean?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Nelson yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Nelson, I kind of want to pick off where we left off this morning when we broke at 7 o'clock because we were getting ready for the next day. And we were talking about this very important idea of whose money is it? Whose money is it when kids get dropped off at child care every day, mom and dad drop off the kids at daycare? Some of that CCAP dollars goes to pay for these kids. In greater Minnesota, there's people have to travel further for daycare. It makes it harder and harder to find daycare. And I asked you whose money it was.
the CCAP dollars, and you said it belongs to the worker. And I disagreed with that, and I want to point out the statute that I just handed out that I referenced very early this morning that says, in fact, that that is not the case, that those dollars belong to the parents to be used for child care. And that's a very important distinction, and it is a distinction that the legislature chose to make and chose to highlight and chose because we wanted to make sure that something like what you're trying to do doesn't happen, that we put our intent right into the law, which says that the money belongs to the parents. Now, when we look at I think Representative Drzkowski and Representative Holberg tried to kind of work through a little bit your understanding of how all this works in order to pay for child care. Moms and dads, low-income moms and dads across the state of Minnesota are having a hard enough time paying the bills the way it is. Child care providers are not exactly getting rich. Predominantly women taking care of kids in their own homes sometimes, trying to make ends meet, providing a very valuable services so that their neighbors can go to work. They watch the kids, and if they're low-income people, they get some help with that. The parents get some help with that, absorbing some of those costs to pay for that child care. Your understanding of that, Representative Nelson, is wrong. The money does not belong to the union. The money does not belong to somebody in between. The money belongs to the parents because that's what we said. We said that. And Representative Nelson, when you compare this to other things that we do in subsidized Medicaid, other health care things, we don't do it in those cases either, so that you're wrong on that count. And just think about it, members, what we're saying if we take Representative Nelson's idea and his intent is we give this money to the union before we give this money to the people who take care of the kids, the people who buy the Cheerios and the milk and the toys and the things that kids need during the day at daycare, that money before it gets there is given to the union. They are entitled to that money, according to the understanding of Representative Nelson. Representative Drzkowski was very careful in how he put that forward in a question to try to get Representative Nelson's true intent. He asked him, I think, 2 or 3 times to walk through his understanding of how this works. Just think about this, members. Look at your papers. I hope some folks went home and grabbed the newspaper on the way up to the door this morning. I know I did. I had a couple of newspapers stuck in my newspaper tube this morning. And I'll tell you what, if you had done that every day and been listening to the folks home, they're saying don't do this. This is ham-handed. This is an overreach. This is an overreach of overreaches this week, members. This is an incredible overreach. If Representative Abler was here, Good. Representative Abler, you're going to need to have him look at your shoulders for rotator cuff injuries from your overreach, members. This is unbelievable. Glad he's here. But this one really rubs people the wrong way. Tax increases get a lot of people angry. You say, well, of course the Republicans are against tax increases. They're always against tax increases. Of course the Republicans are against more spending. They're always against more spending. Of course the Democrats want to raise taxes. They always want to raise taxes. But this really has Minnesota angry. You think, why is that? It's because of the overreach. It's because of the overreach into people's homes. It's overreach with people's kids. This is people's kids you're dealing with. This is daycare. This is, I got to drop my kid off in the morning so I can get to work. You know what's more important in that situation? The kid. And people have to choose between going to work and taking care of a kid when you bring up daycare. You got families, you got people's homes, and you got people's kids, and you're messing with all of them. You're messing with all of them in a bill that doesn't have to get done this year. Why are you doing this? Representative Mack has an amendment that says that families, if they want to get out of this, they should be able to get out of this and dissolve this. But you're saying they can't even do that either. Representative Nelson, if you do get a handful of folks across the state to turn in these cards and to unionize and force unionization on other people operating businesses out of their own home, if somebody gets caught in that trap and they take care of kids who are low income and they say, you know what, we can't take care of Johnny anymore, but we can take care of Susie because she's paying full boat. Johnny's got to go home. Johnny's got to find some other kind of daycare. I want to get out of this situation in my home with kids in my own home. You're saying we can't even do that. And then you wonder, why are people thinking we're overreaching, Representative Nelson? You've got to be kidding me. Tell me why Representative Mack's simple amendment about saying, hey, you know what, if this is a bad deal, let my family out of this, let my home business out of this, just let me have a way out. Throw me a bone.
We ready? Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And we've been talking about reimbursements to the providers, to the children, and that has nothing to do with the amendment. So I'm not going to state Mason's, I think it's section 100, about debate should be on the amendment before us, and that's what's before us. But Representative Dean, you passed out this section of law, and you're reading it that says the first line says all federal, state, local care funds must be paid directly to the parents when the provider cares for the children in the children's own home. We're talking about nannies in that line. The next line, it says, in all other cases, all federal, state, and local child care funds must be paid directly to the child care provider. Again, it's a reimbursement for work that they've already performed. Similar to a paycheck that is reimbursement for work that you've already performed. And to the amendment, as I stated, that it is already law under PELRA that workers, in this case the daycare providers or the PCAs, must opt into membership. It's voluntary opt-in. But because it's under PELRA, if they choose not to be a member of the union, they'll pay fair share dues for the representation work that the union would be doing on their behalf if there is a union. But they can opt out and become a fair share member, or they can opt in and be a full member of the union. And so, members, that's what I've been saying. On the amendment, the amendment's not necessary because it's already covered under PELRA and National Labor Relations Law.
Representative Dowd. Oh, Representative Dowd. Representative Dean.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. I believe I still had the floor.
Yeah, you
I
did.
asked
I'm sorry.
Representative Nelson to yield. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Nelson, you needed to look just a little bit further into the law. You read half of the sentence. You didn't finish the legislation when you were reading from it. You actually, when you were reading from it, you stopped at a comma. Either licensed or licensed. And then after the comma, on behalf of the eligible family, Representative Nelson, that is clearly the intent of this. Clearly the intent of the legislature was to say that CCAP dollars were to be given to the family and that those dollars be paid for services on behalf of the family, Representative Nelson. You need to be clear, you need to be honest about that. That is what it says, that's what it means. That the question that I started with you very early this morning, whose money is it? We have an answer to that, and it is very clear, and it very clearly relates to Representative Mack's amendment, because it says, how can we get out of this if we don't like it? Representative Nelson, this legislation is not needed this year. It was not needed last year, and it can wait till next year. Here we are with a day to go. We're pushing this forward, and you're saying this is not necessary. If you take Representative Mack's amendment and put it directly on, if it doesn't do anything anyway, why are you arguing so vociferously against it? Representative Nelson, I mean, this legislation looks ham-handed, it feels ham-handed, it's not thought through, and it's being forced through upon us. That's why this amendment is not being accepted. If Representative Nelson is correct and it doesn't do anything, then accept it, put it on. Representative Mack will withdraw her request for a roll call, I'm sure, if you take it as a friendly amendment. If, as you say, this doesn't do anything anyway, put it on. But if what I think may be true, that the union doesn't want this on because this ham-handed bill that looks at garnishing the money from parents to pay unions before it pays for services that need to go to child care services, we don't want to bring that out in front of the public, and we don't want to have that voted on the floor. Vote yes for the Mack amendment unless Representative Nelson comes to his senses and takes it as a friendly amendment.
Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Would Representative Nelson yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to make sure, and I apologize, I'm not real familiar with all of the terms and how these union membership things work. So it dawned on me as I was listening to the debate in the early hours of this morning, and I'm not sure I understood exactly. I think I was hearing one thing, but I think maybe I'm not understanding exactly what those words mean. So I guess I'd like just a clarification. And what I mean is, we were talking about being a member of the union and then not being a member of the union. And I'd just like to clarify what that means. Being a member of a union is a full dues-paying member of the union, and not being a member of the union does that still? I know that there are people that pay the fair share amount. I believe that's 85%. When you say not a member of the union, is that what you mean? That they would be a fair share participant?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Dean, that's a pretty good understanding. Sometimes they call them fair share members, but they're not full members of the union. They don't have a full member of the union has all the rights of that to participate in votes of who their leadership is, votes on what their dues will be set at, on choosing how the union wants to spend their money. That's all done by a democratic vote. Unions are one of the most democratic organizations we have in this country, because everything that's done has to be voted on by the membership. They elect their officers, they ratify their contracts, and they vote on their dues. They vote on everything. Sometimes the union meetings, they do more votes than we do here on the floor of the House. And so, yes, but a fair share member or a fair share individual is not a member of the union. They're paying a fair share representation for the duties that the union is required to do for them by federal law. They get the benefits of the contract. They get the benefits of the working conditions. And if they have an issue and they need representation, either a grievance procedure or things of that nature, the union is required to represent them even though they're not members, because that's why they pay the fair share dues for those services that are provided to them.
Representative
Dowd. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Nelson. And I'll have another question for him if he'd yield. And I guess I thank you for that explanation. That clears up. And I didn't realize that when we started this discussion early in the morning. But now on the amendment, is it your understanding that this amendment would allow somebody to rescind union membership? Does that mean they would go from a full dues-paying union member to a fair share member with this amendment, or does this do what I was originally thinking? And I guess I'm asking you what your opinion of what this amendment does. Is it your opinion that these people would just not be participating in the union at all if this amendment was adopted, meaning not dues paying and not fair share paying participation at all?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Doubt. The way I read this amendment, because it's in the whole nature of the way the bill would work, is if the Bureau of Mediation Services declares the bargaining unit, and the bargaining unit would be, under the bill, those people that are taking CCAP dollars, then they would be in the bargaining unit. And if they're in the bargaining unit, they have the choice of being in the union and paying full dues or being a fair share individual. And if they stop taking CCAP children, then they would be out of the union and they could walk away and not have anything to do with it.
Representative Doubt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Nelson. So, and just really quickly, if you'll clarify for me, so you see this amendment as a mechanism to get from a full dues-paying membership to fair share participation? This doesn't get you out completely where you're not participating at all. This would be a mechanism or defined in the bill that would get you from full dues paying to a fair share membership?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill is being written into Pelra law, and that's current Pelra law, that if you're in the bargaining unit, you're either a full dues-paying member, or if you opt out and not be a member of the union, then you pay the fair share fees, dues, for the services that are rendered by the union.
Representative Doubt.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure I'm completely clear, but this just seems like something that is pretty simple, and it's my understanding that Pelra doesn't clearly define this, how this would happen. So I think it's my understanding this would actually make a clarification that there is a right to go from a full dues-paying union member to a fair share membership. The author of the amendment actually isn't on the floor right now, so I'll assume that's correct. I'll try to catch her later maybe, but this seems pretty simple, and giving people the option to do that. Frankly, I wish they would have the option not to participate at all if that's what they wanted. If there was a way to, if they didn't feel like they were receiving the benefit of the membership, that they could just choose not to participate. But unfortunately, it looks like that option is not available in the bill. And as much as we want to say that this is really about, freedom and people will have the choice to participate or not, I don't see that. And unfortunately, if there's such a need to do this and move forward with this bill, I would think that there, and if the union membership was going to provide the benefits that everybody was going to want and need, it seems to me that we shouldn't be afraid of having an option to not participate in the union membership. So, and beyond that, and I know I'll probably talk again when we get to final passage of the bill, and I think I've got at least one amendment that's up today, hopefully today. But we. Frankly, my concerns are that this frankly is setting a precedence and taking a direction in Minnesota that we just have not seen before, where we're taking private business owners who own their own business, operate their own business out of their home, and basically if they choose not to, they may vote not to join the union, but they'll still end up in the union. And if they choose not to be a member of the union, then they only have to pay 85% of the union dues. This is the part where I scratch my head and I say, where did all the common sense go? That's one that I just don't understand. And these are private business owners. These aren't, if they have an employee that works in the business with them, that person is not eligible to be in the union. Only the owner of the business. This one just defies all logic, and unfortunately, I'm not going to suggest that there's other reasons this bill is being offered. But I've given the speech numerous times on the floor about how I have kind of a problem-solving mind, and I like to start with a problem and work towards a solution. And very oftentimes I look at the stuff that comes forward, And you all know the part of the speech where I say, unfortunately, the legislature is a place where 201 strong-minded individuals, leaders in their own communities come together. And the way that our process works is we introduce solutions, and then we talk about why, we work towards the problem. Unfortunately, that doesn't give you a very good end product. But the opposite is also true. You can take a look at a bill and try to work yourself back towards what is the problem? What was the problem we were really trying to fix with the bill? And I'm stumped, guys. I don't see the problem that this bill gets at. People who are providing daycare in their homes, whether they receive this state money or not, would have the option of joining a union right now. And it's a voluntary deal. They have that option. But under this bill, they may vote no, and then they don't have the option. So and part of why I wanted to stand up was just to clarify some of the things in my own mind that I couldn't get to jive. But this doesn't make any sense. So we can't, based on what I heard, I know we can't call this freedom because somebody will vote no. There are people lined up outside this door that if this bill passes and they receive a ballot in the mail, they will check the no box and they will mail that back in. But if more people vote yes, those people will be forced to participate in this union, whatever it is. I guess we probably shouldn't even call it a union because it's not for employees, it's for employers. But it just defies all logic. I can't figure out what problem we're trying to solve. If the problem is we want these people to participate in a union, they can. There's the option for that now.
Melissa?
And this is talked about as being free, giving these people some freedom. I don't know how you take people's freedom away and then say you're giving them freedom. I'm going to stop because I know we're on the amendment and I strayed a little off the amendment, and I apologize, and I'm sure I'll try to work some of this out in my brain, and then maybe I'll come back on third reading.
Representative Cornish.
Mr. Speaker and members, I'm not going to take that long, actually, but Mr. Speaker, would Representative Nelson yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Cornish.
Representative Nelson, you and I are both pretty union friendly. I'm known on this side, as you know, for going along in most of the things. But I would like to ask you a question. If your union asked you to do something that you thought was wrong, would you have the courage to stand up to them even though they could do it if you thought it was wrong and tell them no?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, and I've done that on many occasions in my past.
Well, Representative Nelson, I believe that. I just wish we come from a different philosophical area on this. In 1970, I've been a government employee ever since 1970. I've been a union member since most of these young kids outside chanting were in their diapers or even born. I started out as a union steward, then became a union vice president, and then a president for 3 terms. And why I'm giving you that background is, with my union background, is I've fought for union rights. Representative Nelson, pretty hard when they tried to put conservation officers down at the St. Peter treatment facility. Could you get it all the way there? When they tried to put conservation officers down at the St. Peter treatment facility as guards, we filed an unfair labor practice, and the commissioner acquiesced that he was fairly mad about that at the DNR and agreed to get him out of there. Another time I filed an unfair labor practice in court against my employer. I fought grievances and been suspended at one time by my employer because I was president of the union, and we proved that and got everything cleared up. So I've been in battles myself. The problem I have with this is I think this is going to hurt the unions more than it's going to help them. I wish that we could admit here that right to work scared the hell out of a lot of the union people. And the way to fight that for union people, it seems like what they want to do is expand and get more people into the union if that ever happens again. But I wish we'd just admit that and stop this charade about this being for the kids. I really believe that the comments I see about being the kids and caring for kids is not the impetus behind this movement. I believe it's to expand the union. I have no problem with that. I just wish we'd be bluntly honest and say that. I think this action is a wrong road to travel for you folks. I think this is going to hurt you more than help you. This is going into an area that normally isn't covered by unions. It's getting into mom and pops and grandpas and privately owned places that haven't been touched before. Representative Van Zilk, I agree with a lot of the stuff in the union and the fights up in the range and up in the falls and the paper companies. I'm right with you on a lot of that stuff. But I think you folks are doing something wrong for unions. I think this is going to give unions a bad name. I have no problem fighting big business and corporations and filing grievances. I know why unions were organized back into Chicago and New York and all the problems we were having with the workers and the rights. But I think this is a bad move. And so two reasons I wanted to get up is explain that, because a lot of my union friends back in Mankato are going to be very upset with this, thinking, tell them that they're overreaching, which I believe they are. And the other reason is I just wanted to make it sure that all my friends back in Watonwan County and Blue Earth County, Waseca County, and LeSueur County, my constituents, know that I'm taking a stand with them and against the union on this issue, and wish this thing would just go away. But I don't think that I can stop it. But at least I'm going to voice my opinion. And thank you, Representative Nelson, for voicing yours. But we just really totally disagree on this issue. Thank you.
The member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Nelson yield to a question?
He will yield. Representative Scott.
Thank you. Representative Nelson, I'm just wondering if you know who Samuel Gompers is.
Representative Nelson.
If I remember Madam Speaker, if I remember my history right, Samuel Gompers was a cigar maker who helped form the AFL, and that's I can't remember the name of the union that he came out of, but he was a cigar maker.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, if this was a classroom, I'd give you a gold star for the day. Samuel Gompers is the founder of the AFL. And he had some really interesting quotes. And I just wanted to share a couple of those with you. In 1918, in his address before the Council on Foreign Relations, here's what he said. There may be here and there a worker who, for certain reasons unexplainable to us, does not join a union of labor. This is his right, no matter how morally wrong he may be. It is his legal right, and no one can dare question his exercise of that legal right. One of the other things that he wrote about the labor movement was that it was based upon the recognition of the sovereignty of the worker. Representative Nelson, I'm wondering, in light of the founder of the AFL's words, I'm wondering what you think the basis is here for how is the recognition of the sovereignty of the worker being realized in your bill?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, as I've stated numerous times here, these are democratically run organizations. They already have the right of people to join and opt in and opt out. Under public employment law, the way it's set up, because we are not a right-to-work state, is that under our statutes, the PELRA statutes, if they are not a member, but they're in the bargaining unit and getting the benefits of the contract that has been bargained for by their representative, that they pay a fair share fee for that benefit and that privilege. But they can join, they can opt in and opt out as they choose.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, we've already found out that that isn't the case, because we're talking about this MAC amendment about how they do opt in and opt out, and it's really not clearly outlined in your bill. But I'm just wondering if Representative Nelson would yield to another question.
He will yield. Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Nelson, when the daycare providers who are currently taking CCAP children that receive the CCAP subsidy, when they decide, because they don't want to join the union and have this forced down their throat, and they decide not to take those children anymore, I'm just wondering where those children will go, especially in a rural area where there are a few people that do maybe daycare and they have fewer options. Where will those children go?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as I again stated earlier this morning, in other states where they've done this, and the statistics I have for New York State, since they've done this and created a daycare union, they've had increased participation of daycare providers that take CCAP dollars.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair or Madam Speaker. Well, we've already talked about this New York thing last night. New York treats people whether you take CCAP or you take a subsidy or not. All the people that do that are private businesses that have in-home daycare centers, they all have to join the union. So of course it doesn't matter one way or the other. They're members of the union regardless of whether they take a child that receives public subsidy or not. Representative Nelson, I think this is clearly, we're going down the wrong path here. As Representative Cornish says, this isn't about the kids. This is about the adults. This is about the expansion of public sector unions, and just to fill the coffers with union dues, $8 million a year, some are saying. What portion of that goes to directly to the political party across the aisle from me? This is nothing more than union payback at the expense of low-income families.
The member from Itasca, Representative Anzels.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, Representative Scott, your interpretation of the cigar maker Sam Gomper's words not only were interpreted wrong, but have no place in this debate. But since you brought up Sam Gomper's, I can tell you, if he were here, he'd say, yes, workers should have a chance to decide for themselves whether or not they wanted to bargain collectively. Secondly, he'd say, part of the problem is that society does not value the work, the labor provided to children and the labor provided to the disabled and the elderly and the vulnerable. Because if it did, collective bargaining would be in place, wages would be improved, benefits would be improved, and we would not be here today. Oh, Representative Scott, Sam Gompers, he'd embrace Representative Nelson's legislation. He'd say, what have you been waiting for? How come it took so long to give workers a voice, to give workers a chance? This is America. It's a democracy.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Uglum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of the amendment here, and I'd just like to address the body a little bit. You know, I'm one of the moderates over here, but I got to say this is probably the worst example of public policy this body has ever seen. We talk about liberty, we talk about choice. This bill has none of it. This bill is not about a free democratic society. This bill is simply about, and I quote the Star and Tribune, a union power grab. Daycare workers don't want to be unionized. And now we're not even going to accept this A74 amendment. I can see it coming on. Small businesses, small business owners, one or two person shops from a union perspective, 11,000 people at least, and a whole 57 of them are organized now. They have a choice. They have a choice in 57 out of 11,000. I guess the market speaks for itself. You know, members, this isn't General Motors, this isn't U.S. Steel. This is in Sam Gomper's organizing back in the day. You know, what's this union going to protect? Gomper's protected workers. What's this union going to protect? You're going to protect these business owners against themselves? Huh? You know, traditional union bargaining doesn't even apply here. What is a typical daycare owner going to be bargaining for? Better working hours? More vacation? You know, work rules? No, it just doesn't work. It's ridiculous. I've never seen a bill from an email perspective that is totally not supported. In my district, I have not had one single email supporting this proposal. Not one single email. And we're supposed to represent our people, aren't we? We're elected to represent our constituents. You know, Democratic members over there, be brave. Be brave. The unions are still going to support you. But this is something that nobody wants. Vote this travesty down.
Representative Moline, for what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just looking at Mason's 1.24 and point of order, and I'm wondering if you can remind the body that a member should not be questioning another member's intention, and it's the person. It is not the person, but the measure that is the subject of the debate. I've heard several accusations here, and our motives of individual members and our caucus as a whole under question. So I would rise to a point of order under 1.24.
Members, I'm going to defer ruling, but there have been a couple statements going to motives, so if we can stay away from motives on the legislation and debate the merits of the measure before us. Representative Uglum.
Madam Speaker, I'll just conclude. All I want to say is this amendment is a good amendment. Let's talk about choice. You talked about it last week, choice and freedom. This amendment is about that. It would help a great deal. Stand for the amendment.
The member from Roseau, Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I rise in support of the MAC amendment. I do have to ask for a little clarification on a few issues, so if Representative Nelson would yield for a few questions, please.
He will yield. Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Nelson, I heard you say earlier that the union dues are charged per employee. I need clarification on that because I remember watching the Senate hearings a little bit, and I thought that there they said that it was going to be charged per child. So can you clarify that? Are you absolutely certain, unequivocally, that the dues are charged per employee?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Per employee. The children aren't the members of the union. The employees are, in this case, the daycare providers. It's per employee.
Thank you.
Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the clarification on that. You know, members, I too have been a member of a union. I spent 35 years as a school teacher. There's several of us on this side of the aisle that have been members of the union. We have children that maybe are family members and so forth. And quite frankly, I'm really discouraged by this whole procedure. I think that this bill is poorly timed in light of all of the media attention that this has gotten. And quite frankly, if somebody has an editorial or something from around the state that supports this, I mean, the Star Tribune, the Grand Forks Herald, the St. Paul Pioneer Press have all spoken out against this, and not just the fact that that we're nearing the end of the session and we don't have a budget in place, but when major publications refer to stuff like this as malarkey and so forth, this is making some pretty strong statements, people. But I have taken a great deal of time to go through my emails and respond to people from back home. One of the things that I'm kind of known for is constituent services, and I take that very seriously. And after having received a number of emails, I became concerned about some of the template emails that we get. I wanted to do a little investigating on that. And when I actually did go and contact some of those people in my district, I found out that they're not even providers. But they are sending me information. So then I got started thinking, you know, we all have databases and we all have access to who are the licensed providers in our districts. So I spent a couple of different hours here and there throughout the week picking up the phone and calling people back in northwest Minnesota. Some of them I knew, some of them I didn't. But I asked them, many of them, and not one person said to me, hey Dan, make sure that you vote for this because I do want this to go through. People, this is wrong what we're doing here. And I've said that before in regards to some of the things we're doing this year. I appreciate what, you know, the pressure that's being placed upon you possibly, but this is wrong. And here's a situation that came to my attention. So we have a family that's maybe not a very high-income family to begin with, and they are providers. And they are also serving children who are receiving child care assistance. So that family is probably not a very high-income family. So, you know, at the risk of sounding sexist, mom stays at home because she wants to be at home with her kids. Not that dads don't want to be, but that's just kind of the way it works. So mom is the provider. But they also can set up their business so that they're an LLC or, you know, whatever that is, so that maybe they have a college son or daughter that comes home during the summer months. And my question for you, Representative Nelson, is this. You said it's charged per employee, the dues. If we have a family situation set up, and maybe dad is home on some weekends and he spends Saturdays taking care of some kids, we could conceivably have 3 employees, members of the same family. Are they all going to be required to pay union dues, Representative Nelson?
Representative Fabian requests Representative Nelson to yield. He will yield. Representative Nelson.
Madam Speaker, members, it is my understanding, we can come up all sorts of what ifs and this and that and to go down there, but it's my understanding the daycare provider of record would be the person that would be the member of the union. And so, you know, we can go what ifs all day long. Members, this is not about, we're not talking again, we're off the amendment. The amendment is about what the amendment that is in front of us is the A74 amendment. And again, the members already have that right to be able to join and opt in or opt out as they see fit. Please vote red.
Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, Representative Nelson, quite frankly, I find your answer unacceptable. I asked a question, are all 3 of those people going to be charged dues? And I didn't get a very clear answer. Can you show me specifically in the bill where it either prohibits that action or it allows that to happen? Would you yield to that question, please?
He will yield. Representative Nelson.
Madam Speaker and members, as I've stated, the right to join, to opt in and opt out is spelled out in PELRA, and it's spelled out in the National Labor Relations Act, and it's not in the bill. It doesn't need to be in the bill because it's already current law.
Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, you know, members, one of the best people on this floor to deal with numbers, and you all know this, is Representative Holberg. So, Representative Holberg, can you give me some examples of how it would work with multiple children and multiple employees in a daycare, if she would yield to that question, please, Madam Chair?
She will yield. Representative Holberg.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Fabian, I talked earlier about how we will likely have a 2-tiered system of daycares, those that are unionized and those that are not. But it even gets more weird, and I admit I was one of those geeky kids that liked word problems and math. So you could also have different situations in unionized daycares. Let's go back to our example where it was $1,200 a month, and there's a $1,000 subsidy. Now, if there's just one kid in that unionized daycare, they're going to take $100 out. So that low-income family would pay $100 out of their family budget to pay for those union dues. But what happens if there's 10 CCAP kids in that unionized daycare? Well, then it's only going to be $10 a month out of the family budget. So then you're going to have low-income families having to decide, well, if I go to a unionized daycare that has a lot of CCAP kids, then there's going to be less money out of my family budget because the union dues will be divided among many children, as opposed to if I'm the only child in a unionized daycare that has to pay the entire union dues of that one business owner.
Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Holberg. You know, folks, I'm going to close with this. This is a blow to some of our most needy families. This is going to hurt, I believe. What it's going to do in my area is people have told me, and first of all, in rural Minnesota, those of you that live in rural Minnesota, you know that daycare is hard to find to begin with. And that cannot be denied. I have had people tell me flat out, if I am forced to do this, I am not going to provide that service anymore. And we have to take pause and think about what we're doing here. This is not what we should be doing in the state of Minnesota, members. This is going to affect the families that can afford to be affected the least. This is going to be a blow to and a drag on low-income families, both those that are providers and those that are looking for some place to have their children or their handicapped family members to be cared for. I urge a green vote on the Mack amendment. Thank you.
The member from Wright, Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This reminds me of the song Hotel California. The end verse, you all know it. Say it with me. Can you sing it with me? Darn it, I lost it. Well, you can check out, but you can never leave. And that brings me to the point that I rise to support Representative Mack's amendment, because should this not be put on, there'll be many folks leaving. As I said yesterday, Representative Nelson, 55% of daycare providers said they would raise their rates because of union dues. And this was according to a study conducted by the State Child Care Association. So over 55% said they would indeed raise their rates. So that'll affect all kinds of folks across Minnesota, especially those who are financially strapped. And I don't think that's a good thing. Also in that survey, according to the State Child Care Association here in Minnesota, found that, of course, that 86% licensed daycare providers don't support forming a union. Yesterday I had a wedding. I was working in the morning, shooting. I'll remind folks who are watching, we are a part-time citizen legislature. We're doing the people's work. But when we're done here, most of us have other careers. We try to juggle them while we're here. Take care of our families, take care of our businesses, and do the best we can to govern and represent our people. I happened to visit with a couple of daycare providers in my district who knew when I was finished with the assignment that I was coming down here to debate this issue and try to fight for them. And they shared with me their complete displeasure and disgust that they would be forced to join a union. They're self-employed, they loved being self-employed, and then they'll be forced to join a union and become employees of the state. But they did share with me that indeed if they would have to be unionized, that they just soon well shut their door and not provide daycare. And you know who that'll hurt? Great many people in Minnesota, those who are, again, financially strapped. So again, Hotel California, you can check out, but you can never leave. I wish this bill would check out and never come back.
The member from Douglas, Representative Franson.
I'm good. Representative McDonald actually
stated what I was going to say. So.
The member from Polk, Representative Keel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I was listening to the discussion, we were talking about the pay and where the checks went to the daycares. And I happen to have a young lady, well, she's younger than I am. I watched her grow up. She's was in a car accident. She ended up being a quadriplegic. Well, her mother now has a personal care attendant business. And she's quite regularly contacts me and talks about all her involvement with disabilities. And, of course, she's reliant on a personal care attendant. She tells me that the check goes to her mother, who has the business, and whoever the personal care attendant is taking care of, their name is also on that check. But that goes to the business. And to her concern, she says that if this goes through and they end up they have a lot of subsidized care people. There's a lot of people that are struggling, especially in rural Minnesota, that need that care. First of all, it's hard to hire a personal care attendant, and also the fact that it's difficult to compete with a private business that happens to be up in that area. But what she says to me is her mother's business will be gone if they are required to be part of the unionization. And she is very frustrated about that. They've tried to, they serve a lot of people. They have a lot of members that are very concerned about that. They hear about this in the news all the time and are sitting on pins and needles hoping this doesn't happen. And I too, like Representative Fabian and others, have an overwhelming email support for please do not do this. I don't have daycares that want to be unionized. A lot of them have subsidized children. In fact, in one of my small towns, I was told by one of the daycare providers when they met, and they regularly meet, they have nice gatherings at least once a month, they take care of education, they work together in groups to support each other. She tells me that 4 of them are going to quit. Well, I don't know what that small town is going to do, what those parents are going to do when they're looking for daycare, because it's far and few between. The communities are farther apart. It is distressing for them. And like they tell me, please don't do this. Please do not allow the unionization of daycares. It will not help us take care of our children. We are small business owners. We do not wish to join these, and we do not want to be required to. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The member from Pope, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, Representative Anzels, I enjoy hearing you speak on the House floor. You're passionate and you say what's on your mind, and I appreciate that. But a couple of things you just said, I have to say that I don't understand, and I don't totally agree, and I think it kind of illustrates the difference in what we think about this bill and what the thought process is on your side of the aisle. You said workers have the right to bargain. And I get that. I agree that workers have the right to bargain. And I'd say workers are the same as employees. Workers and employees, to me, are synonymous. But we see daycare people as the employer. They run their own business. They set their own hours, their conditions of employment. They are not, to my mind, an employee or a worker who would bargain with their employer. So that's a big difference we see here, and I don't agree with how you folks see that. And the other thing you mentioned was that if the unionization is allowed to proceed and go through, that their wages and benefits would be improved. And I mentioned this last night also, that if that's the reason for this, all it would have taken was a bill or an amendment to the HHS bill, and you could have done that. You could have raised their wages and benefits to whatever you felt was fair and right and honest. So I don't see that either as a real reason behind this. They are employers, and the state could set the benefits and wages, and right now that's you folks over there, the party in power, that could have done that without doing this unionization plan.
The member from Anoka, Representative Abler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And I'm kind of behind the ball on this debate. I was gone last night. Happily, my son got confirmed today, and which was just a wonderful thing. And it's when those things happen during our session times, you interrupt this, and it was just wonderful. So I missed a lot of the debate. I got an email from a fellow who sent an email to me at 6:30 this morning, and he said, "Where were you in the debate?" And I wrote him back. He was sitting up all night watching this. I was like, I'm amazed that people sit up all night watching this. At church this morning, one of my good friends said, "Oh, I liked your speech on the health bill about the future costs." And it's like, you were listening to that speech? How did you happen to catch my speech on that whole long 2-hour debate? So people are paying attention. I was just quite surprised about that. So anyway, Representative Dean mentioned overreach. And speaking of my family, my daughter just graduated from physical therapy school. She's now a doctor of physical therapy. So I think I might need both of us to work together to help the overreach that's going on this floor. And I was at the same church service this morning, and the people were coming up to me and saying, "What are they doing down there?" And they usually just ignore me on this topic, so I just tell me that people are noticing what we're doing. And some of the hardest overreach things to fix are repetitive trauma, where you do it over and over again, so just beware. So anyway, the reason I stood up on this thing was because Representative Anzels, and I appreciate his love for labor, and there's no one more passionate. And Representative Cornish and I and others have a strong regard for labor as well. And those AFSCME and SEIU workers out in the hallway, those are the absolute salt of the earth. I represent an Anoka Treatment Center. We had some problems up there, and thanks to the Commissioner for resolving some management issues and taking care of our good workers and some actual abuses that were going on there. But I do want to say that choices do matter, and I wanted to point out some things. Representative Anzels also mentioned respect for workers. And you know, choices make a difference. In the bill that we passed, doctors are getting a 5% increase on their pay. Judges are getting a 3% increase, which is $12,000 a year. The PCAs in the budget you guys passed, which I objected to, are getting 11 cents an hour. When you raise $2.1 billion in taxes. Really? Now, I realize your commitment, but I want to caution you, just saying you're committed and actually acting out are two different things. So, one thing else I want to mention, and I'm not going long on this, I'm just kind of catching up, and I want to tell you that there are some challenges out there. But I want to caution you, if you do this contract with these PCAs and the family child care workers and give them a 5% raise, the budgets, the contracts we passed, without putting the money in the budget, that money comes out of the budget of the department that got the raise. And so if we actually give a 5% COLA to these child care workers and the PCAs and haven't funded it somewhere, we're going to create a waiting list in the child care world. And somehow, I don't know how we manage a 5% raise in PCAs, but to cut something else. So it sounds kind of good, and I'm not questioning your motives, but I'm saying true respect is where you spend your money for real. The House bill left at 2%, came back at 1%. The House is more respectful in this process. But in real life, what you vote for, what you take out of here, is what matters. And this bill that we're passing here is not about respect. It's about problems. The real respect is how you do your budgets, and I urge us to do our good work for these people through the budget. Thank you.
The member from Martin, Representative Gunther.
I no longer have anything to say that hasn't been said.
The member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Madam Speaker, I'll just wait for the next round.
The member from Waseca, Representative Petersburg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just wanted to say to Representative Anzel that I think this is the third time I've heard your impassioned plea for employee rights and benefits, and I enjoy that enthusiasm and the compassion that you have for it. And I share the same need to support all of the employees that work for the state. I think they do a great job. But you also mentioned something else that I think you can help clarify, and so I'm hoping that you will stand and yield for a question.
He will yield. Representative Petersburg.
I guess my question is, during the campaign trail, did you ever use words like, "I want to be your voice" up at St. Paul?
Representative Anzels.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes.
Representative Petersburg.
Thank you, Representative, and I too use those same words, and I think it's something that we all want to be as the voice of our constituents up here in St. Paul, wherever we come from. And your passionate plea was that we want to put this union together, I think these were your words, so that they have a voice in negotiations, and they have a voice in determining what their job duties and benefits are. And I would like to suggest that we are that voice. You, as a majority, actually have a larger voice than anyone else. And as Representative Anderson said, we could already go back and fix all of the misgivings and the lack of benefits and costs that they have right now if you wanted to. Let's bring HHS back and let you fix that. But the other side of the bill is that we want to deal with benefits and package of costs and so forth, but we also want them to enter into a union. It seems to me, since we can already do the one, the real crux of this is really to the other, for them to have to enter a union dues, generating of those dollars. So it seems fairly clear to me that is really the crux of this whole bill. I guess what I'm saying is that these people that we're talking about, a great majority of them, do not consider themselves employees. Ask them. I have. You can go out there right now and ask, do you think you're an employee? No. We think we are independent contractors. We are independent business owners. We don't want to have to give up our right to be independent just because somebody votes us into a union. We need to understand that we are not talking about just employees. We're talking about a small number that may be employees, but a great majority of them are not. And I think that's important for us to remember. Please vote for the Mack Amendment. Thank you.
Representative Anzels.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The state has recognized for several years now that child care, along with education, are two support services that poor people need in order to escape poverty and public assistance and find work. And that's our goal, and we all, I hope, can share that goal. Whether you are calling yourself a provider, a worker, an employer, an employee, really is not the issue. The issue in this regard is whether or not you provide child care utilizing the child care sliding fee, CCAP. And if you don't want to participate in an opportunity for collective bargaining, as many of you have indicated, then the choice is simple. Don't take the government money. It's easy. Government money will go where the services are more appropriately provided. And speaking of government money, this is what you don't want to know over there. But I'm going to tell you. In your budget in 2011, you cut PCA workers' wages, those that cared for family members, by 20%. Also in 2011, you cut $28 million, closer to $29 million, in child care assistance and non-licensed child care rates. And you know what? We are poised this year to provide a huge increase in our commitment to moving people from public assistance to employment, with increases for child care, plus restorations from the past. $54 million. Those are the facts.
Madam Speaker, Point of order.
Representative Kresha.
What order of business are we on, Madam Chair?
We are on the A74 amendment. Representative Mack.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker and members, I want to kind of bring us back to the heart of the amendment. I hope we're wrapping up here on this particular one. Lots of good ones to get to. The one question, though, I do have for Representative Anzel, if you'd possibly be willing to yield on this issue, a question I have. You just stated, for child care providers, if you don't want to be in the union, simply don't take the government subsidy. And that sounds pretty black and white, but I know from the emails that I've gotten, the people outside, my constituents, for them, these kids that they've been taking for years and they've watched from the time they were 6 weeks old and first got dropped off and now maybe they're 3, 4 years old, they're not just a dollar sign. They're not just representative of a government check. They're a child that they've gotten to know. They care for that family. Many times they take a hit because they say, your government subsidy isn't totally covering the cost of your care, but I'm willing to take that hit because I care about your child. I care about your family's well-being. These kids are more than dollar signs to these providers. And so I guess I just want to challenge the assumption that it's just that black and white. If you don't want to be in the union, don't take CCAP kids. I guess I would say that only supports the concerns that Representative Holberg has, that this bill is going to create 2 classes of child care. And that we're going to be doing the very thing that very often the folks on your side of the aisle argue against, and that is lowering quality for low-income families, creating a second-class system for the haves and the have-nots. Members, I thought that was one of your biggest goals to fight against. This bill is going to do exactly that. So my question for you, Representative Anzel, I understand what you said in regards to the child care portion of this amendment. My question for you is, it is not nearly as black and white when it comes to the PCA issue, because like I had outlined earlier, child care providers, they have some government subsidized children and some not, so they can kind of pick and choose to make their business work for them. PCAs, that's not the case. It is almost 100% funded by state government. So let's say a PCA says, I do not want to be unionized. I do not want to be part of this initiative. Can you tell me what other option they have outside of just saying, I'm going to stop being a PCA, I'm going to stop providing care? It's either be in a union or be a PCA. Those are my only 2 options. I cannot be a PCA and choose to not be in the union. That's how I'm understanding this bill. Could you correct me if I'm wrong or tell me what other option they have?
Representative Anzels.
Thank you, Madam
Will yield. Representative Anzels.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Mack, you have asked a very good question. It is medical assistance, which is 50% federal, 50% state, which funds PCA services to vulnerable adults, the developmentally disabled, and physically challenged. Now, if you are a PCA and the legislation we have before us is passed into law, and you are not inclined to want to be in a union, you are not inclined to feel you need collective bargaining, you have some options. The first option is don't sign the authorization card. Free choice. Don't sign the card. Second choice, second option. Actively campaign and organize the unorganized to stay unorganized. Thirdly, if it happens that enough of these cards are signed and the unit is large enough and the workers petition with the Bureau to have an election. And the election occurs. Your next option is to campaign against the union. If you lose, if you should happen to lose, and the majority of the workers decide to form a union, you have a couple of more options. Join the union and make it a successful institution for you and others, or not join the union and become a fair share member and take the benefits without paying your full share. Those are your options.
Representative Mack.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you, Representative Anzelk. And you did present a menu of options, not quite as easy as you make them sound. Particularly one, the disorganized, working to keep yourselves disorganized. That might get pretty complicated quickly. But members, I guess the thing that I would challenge you all with on this issue, and again, getting back to the heart of this amendment, is that, and I just want to clarify this, I don't know if this was spelled out clearly earlier, and I was corrected on this point. What this amendment does is it allows these folks to rescind participation in the union at any time. Rescind does not necessarily mean that they are out of the union altogether. It may mean that they just pay fair share. And I guess part of the logistics that this bill is not clear about at all, and it hasn't been spelled out after multiple times trying to get the answer from Representative Nelson, is the exact process. Let's say I decide I'm in the union, I signed up. A while later I decide, you know what, I want to rescind my membership. I want to go to fair share. I want to save 15% of my paycheck. How quickly does that happen? Before the next pay cycle comes around, before the next paycheck comes, I say, you know, I want to rescind this. How quickly does that happen, members? If they have a tight budget, they need to save the extra money, and they don't feel like the union is really doing their job or doing what they were thinking they were going to do. So, members, my amendment just gives them the option of rescinding at any time. That is the key part of that, at any time. So, members, with that, I will ask for your support. And at a time where we are sitting here in this chamber on a rainy Sunday afternoon, I just want to remind the members in the gallery, outside, at home that are watching, we're sitting here discussing a very controversial bill that will upend the private businesses of thousands of Minnesotans across the state. And if you haven't noticed, to the people watching, we don't have the #1 job of this legislature done yet, settling the budget. We're still waiting for that critical job that we have to do, and instead are sitting here trying to fight for the rights of private business owners, to maintain their rights, to run their business the way they see fit and not be forced into unionization, which I would argue is absolutely being done in this bill, particularly for PCAs. So, members, I ask you to support my amendment. Thank you.
Representative Hoppe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Privilege of the House.
State your privilege of the House.
Well, Madam Speaker and members, I just wanted to take a moment here during this debate. This seems the appropriate time to recognize one of our own staff members who's actually graduating from William Mitchell Law School today, and he's here on the House floor, our own Bobby Patrick. He graduated, but he's here, he's dedicated. We didn't get him a gift, so can we applaud for him, please? Thank you.
Oh no, another lawyer. The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 58 ayes and 72 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Holberg, moving to amend Senate File 778, the fifth engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 698.
Before Representative Holberg speaks, I just want to recognize Rule 2.32 of the House Rules that a member who wishes to speak twice on a topic gets called on after everybody who wants to speak the first time has spoken. The member from Dakota, Representative Holberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members, and I'd like to request a roll call vote.
Representative Holberg requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And one of the basic concepts or precepts about data practices is that an individual has a right to know what information is being collected and how it's being used. And when these providers, the people that are doing the PCAs and the child care businesses signed up for their licensure with the state, they were given a Tennyson warning, but nowhere in there were they told that their information could be used for organizing purposes. Now, the data practices bill or law in Minnesota allows for dissemination of information for purposes that weren't noticed if there's been a change in law. So if this bill passes, which I expect that it does, they will have the right to use this private information for organizing purposes, even though those individuals, when they chose to sign up for licensure, had no idea that this was a possibility. So what my amendment would do would be to allow for an opt-out right for the child care business owners and for the PCAs, so that if they were not interested in being contacted for organizing purposes, they would have a right to opt out of that list and its distribution. One of the characteristics, especially of the PCAs, is that a great majority of them are taking care of friends or family. They don't want people coming to their homes. They're not interested in being unionized and don't want to participate in the process. We've heard stories from child care business owners of individuals showing up at their place of businesses when they're busy and they have no interest. So this would just simply allow for an opt-out right for those individuals that do not want to be contacted for these purposes, and I would request your support.
To the 698 amendment, discussion. The member from Hennepin, Representative Simon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a few points on the data issue here, and kind of a disclaimer here. I'm not going to change anyone's mind on this floor. I think everyone knows how they're going to vote. But just a couple of comments from my perspective. Again, I think everyone knows how they're going to vote. First of all, it's not totally clear to me that this is private data. My understanding of the bill is that we're talking about names and addresses. We're not talking about Social Security numbers. We're not talking about credit history. We're not talking about, judgments or juvenile infractions or convictions or anything like that we normally do when we're talking about keeping this stuff private. It's names and it's addresses. We can have a different opinion on this issue, whether those items ought to be shielded. I'm just saying that's not normally the kind of stuff that we shield with an amendment like this. Second issue is that under Minnesota law, it's pretty explicit. If you look at in Chapter 13, there's a provision that says private or confidential data, and again, I'm not sure that's what we're talking about here, but let's just assume it is for a second. Private or confidential data may be used and disseminated to individuals or entities specifically authorized access to that data by state, local, or federal law enacted or promulgated after the collection of the data. I would think that this bill falls pretty clearly in that category. I understand there's a difference of opinion whether we should be even doing this in the first place. That's why I say, fundamentally we're probably going to be at odds here. But I just think that's important to point out. And then the third thing, I'm not an expert on labor or union organizing or union history, but I've never heard, at least, about a collective bargaining situation where we would do this, where we would sort of shield the data. It's usually understood, and my very general understanding of the way this works is that when you're doing a union organizing drive, again, whether you agree it should happen or not, whether you think it's appropriate in this situation or not, we have obvious differences of opinion here, but if we start with the supposition that we're going to go forward with a union organizing drive, I've never heard of another circumstance where we would shield this kind of data in this way. Doesn't mean we shouldn't do it. Representative Holberg thinks we should. I just think there's some real concerns here. So because I don't want to go down a road that I don't think we've traveled before, I respectfully urge a no vote.
The member from Washington, Representative Kiefer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would the author of the bill stand for a question on this topic?
He will yield. Representative Kiefer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Rep. Nelson, this does bring up a good point. And, you know, it says require notification, but I guess my question is, if a stakeholder wanted the information, requested the information, wanted to know who was sent the cards, how many sent them in with the yes, how many did not send them in, how many sent them in maybe with a big no marked on it, is that information going to be provided to one of the stakeholders who would be affected in their business with this particular topic? Thank you.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I think we're back to the confusing the authorization card with the ballot that the BMS would distribute and collect. The authorization cards are what the union or association or whoever, Boy Scouts of America, the Brownies, if they were the ones that were doing the organization drive, the authorization card is what they get, and then they have to turn into the Bureau of Mediation Services to prove they've met the 500, the 30% of the bargaining unit. That's what they have to turn in to prove that they have reached the thresholds they need to get to an election, to call for an election. The list or the checking yes or no, that is the ballot that is sent out by the Bureau of Mediation Services, not the union, not anybody else, and they're returned to the Bureau of Mediation Services, and that information is public, that this is the vote, this is how many voted, this is how many voted yes, and this is how many voted no. And that is public information, and anybody would have access to that information. But again, we're confusing. The authorization card is what the unions collect and gets signed and handed to them going forward to prove that they have the levels we're required to have to get to an election, and the ballot that is distributed by the Bureau of Mediation Services. They're two different items. And on the ballot would have the yes or no on it. And if they don't want to sign the authorization card, they don't sign the authorization card. Writing no on it doesn't change it. That's the same as not signing it.
Representative Kiefer.
Madam Chair, thank you. Okay, so I do get that there's two different issues, and I appreciate. So the ballot results would be with the BMS, and that would be public information that people can get under the FOIA laws. If I'm wrong, please correct me. So then let's look at the first part, these authorization cards that we talked a lot about last night. So we have to collect 30% of those in order to initiate the vote. Is that correct? Would the author of the bill verify my information? Thank you.
He will yield. Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, Representative Kiefer and members, this goes back to stuff we plowed, the ground we plowed last night. When they get 500 authorization cards signed, they go to the BMS and say, we want a list of people that would be in this bargaining unit. The Bureau of Mediation Services then figures out who that is and figures out how many that is, and that's the number that they have to get to trigger the election. And when they do that, they're making making a preliminary guess on what the information they have. When they get enough to trigger an election, then they go and they'll look to make sure that these authorization cards are valid, that they're properly signed, they're properly executed, and then they'd go to an election. But then the information of how many voted yes and how many voted no would be at the Bureau of Mediation Services. That's their job, and that's their part in this whole election process.
Representative Kiefer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the first card is a authorization card to put forward the vote. And you keep throwing out the number 500, but I thought it was 30% of the stakeholders. And can you tell me how many stakeholders receive CCAP right now? I know that overall there's about 11,000 licensed providers, but I do understand not all of them receive CCAP. So can you give me the CCAP numbers, and then what would 30% equal? Thank you.
Representative Nelson.
Well, Madam Chair and members, we went over, again, this is ground we plowed last night. I don't have my calculator here, but I believe the number is a little over 12,000 people that take licensed and unlicensed daycare providers that take CCAP dollars. So 30% of 12, it'd be 30% of 12,000 would be 3,600. 3,600. I'm going to get my brain functioning here. And so that's the number that they'd have to get minimum to get to an election. But they have to win of the people, if they get to an election and the card and the ballots are mailed out, they have to get 50% plus one of the people that return the ballot and vote.
Representative Kiefer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make sure that we have this right so that everyone knows what we're voting on here. So we're going to have a minimum. Okay, so about 3,600 ballots would reach our 30% threshold. Is that correct?
He will yield. Representative Nelson.
Madam Speaker, yes.
Representative Kiefer.
Madam Speaker, thank you. Is there an option to send back an authorization card that says no? Is there that option? I know we talked about it last night, but it was really late. I want to make sure everybody gets the facts straight.
Representative Nelson.
Madam Speaker, and again, we're confusing the ballot with the authorization card. If you don't want to sign the card, and you don't want to sign the card that says, yes, I accept membership in the AFA, the AFSCME, you don't sign the card. That's your ballot. That's your vote no. And if you want to, you sign the card. You're saying affirmatively, yes, I want to be a member of AFSCME. Or yes, I want to be a member of SEIU. Or yes, I want to be a member of Mary Franson's Daycare Association. Or, you know, that's what you're signing when you sign the authorization card. If you don't want to, you don't sign the card and you don't give it back to the union. So therefore, you've made your choice and you made your vote.
Representative Kiefer.
Madam Chair, thank you. I don't understand why you wouldn't require the authorization card to be returned with a no, so that it's clear that people have an intent to communicate with you. Because my fear is that people are either not going to get the card in their mail, therefore they can't possibly know to turn it back. And I see you laughing over there, but this is really serious. I don't think it's a funny matter. I want to make sure that there's transparency in here, because I'm not hearing from anyone that they want this either. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The member from Sherburne, Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Will the author stand for a question?
He will yield. Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Nelson, I want to take a little bit of a different track on this, but it does apply to the data. In order to get to where we need to go here, will this unionization, does this whole movement that we're pushing towards, or that you're pushing towards here, will this apply to all child care providers?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And no, only those that take child care assistance. The sliding fee scale, only the CCAP, the people that take CCAP children would be in the bargaining unit. The ones that don't take CCAP children are not in the bargaining unit, and they're not affected by the bill.
Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Nelson. So what you're saying here is that all of those who take CCAP, this will apply to. I have been researching this a little bit. How does this come into play with our houses of worship? There are oftentimes churches will run daycares for their communities. Mosques will do it. I know that synagogues will. We have these daycare centers that are located in churches that are taking these kids on CCAP. Well, there's an entire level here that we haven't gone to. These houses of worship that also offer these services, are we now going to be, if they're taking the CCAP, are they now going to have to also go through the potential unionization process of these workers?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, daycare centers that are, we'll say for profit, that are hiring people and have employees aren't covered by this bill because under the National Labor Relations Act, they already have the right to organize. Churches that employ people to do daycare and they're the employer, they would fall into that group of people that are running daycare centers. These are what the providers we're talking about here are licensed and unlicensed, legally unlicensed daycare providers that provide daycare in their own homes. So the example that you gave, Representative Newberger, that they already have the right to organize because they are an employer employing people to do this.
Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your answer, Representative Nelson. So if I can paraphrase or summarize your answer is, the answer is yes. If you have a church that's licensed or unlicensed that has children, oftentimes that have grown up in these houses of worship, if they have children whose families are on this program, then they will be subject to this. Now, the question that I have, Representative Nelson, that as we go down this path, a lot of churches, mosques, and synagogues will have the opportunity to serve in the daycare center from parents, grandparents, youth groups, teenagers, that kind of thing. Will have the opportunity to serve in the daycare center as part of service to their church or their synagogue or their mosque, to their community. They do this. Will these volunteers who are serving in these houses of worship as an act of good faith towards their community, will these volunteers, will these people putting in time, because this house of worship has children that are on these programs, will they potentially be open or put into this process? Would that possibly happen?
He will yield. Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm a little confused because I thought I made it clear with the last answer I gave. The example you're giving of a church, mosque, synagogue that provides daycare and hires people to do that, they are not covered by this bill. They are already covered under other laws that are currently existing. If they hire people to do this in their facility and they're the employer, they're already covered under the National Labor Relations Act, and there's already an employer-employee relationship, and those people already have a right to bargain or create a bargaining unit and form a union. This bill does not cover them. So if you're talking in that situation, or if they have volunteers that come in and do that, again, they're not covered by this bill. They already have that opportunity. So I don't know where you twisted my answer last time. Those people are not covered by this bill because they're a daycare center. The bill is for people that provide daycare, either licensed or legally non-licensed daycare providers that provide daycare in their homes.
Representative Newberger.
Well, thank you, Representative Nelson. I'm not twisting your words because if you drive through any community that has a house of worship that offers daycare, one of the things you're going to see on the sign is it'll say license. And these daycare centers that are in houses of worship, they're not going to refuse people, especially the poor, especially families that are on this program. So I think what we're doing here is we're opening a Pandora's box into the houses of worship, and if they're going to be requiring data on individuals, are they going to have to open up their membership rosters with the volunteers' names on there, the people who serve in these daycare at the church, mosque, or synagogue? The other point too is that we have to go down the logical path on this. Is if these houses of worship are 403Bs, where does the separation of church and state come into play?
Are you asking him to yield?
If he would be so inclined.
Representative Nelson will yield. Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Newberger. I guess we must be speaking different languages, because the situation you're describing, a house of worship that has a daycare center, are not included in the bill. Again, they're already, the workers that work there, even if it's a 403, whatever the IRS code is for a church, even 501c3, they are already an employer, and there's already an employer-employee relationship, and if the workers that work for them want to organize, they can already do that, and they are not covered by this bill. We are only talking about daycare providers that provide daycare in their own homes.
Representative Newberger.
That's all for now. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Dakota, Representative Holberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Well, I think that this is an important right that people should have. At this point, it doesn't seem like anybody's too interested in adopting any amendments to this bill. I think it's probably straight on its way to the governor, so there's other amendments that I think people would like to discuss. So at this point, I would like to withdraw the 698 amendment.
Representative Holberg withdraws her amendment. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Scott moving to amend Senate File 778, the fifth engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 685.
The member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I'd like to request a roll call, and I'd like to divide this amendment.
Representative Scott requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Madam Speaker, my apologies. I'd like to withdraw this amendment.
Representative Scott withdraws the 685 amendment.
But, Madam Speaker,
Representative Scott.
if I might, I have a couple of other amendments. Would it be possible to take up the A37?
No, Representative Scott, the presiding officer determines the order of the amendments. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Drazkowski moving to amend Senate File 778, the fifth engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 684.
The member from Wabasha, Representative Drazkowski.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to withdraw the amendment.
Representative Drazkowski withdraws the amendment. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Mack moving to amend Senate File 778, the fifth engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A8.
The member from Dakota, Representative Mack.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I'm just going to need 1 second. Madam Speaker, can I ask for a roll call?
Representative Mack requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Mack.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just trying to find the amendment. Was it the A8? Yes. It's okay. Okay, Madam Speakers and members, thank you. Members, I want to ask you to support this amendment. Basically, what this amendment does is that it ensures that both family child care providers and PCAs are not required to participate or abide by the negotiated agreements or be required to pay dues or fees if not abiding by agreements or decisions. So members, basically this just gives them the freedom that if they don't want to abide by the negotiations or agreements that have been done by the union, they are not forced to pay dues or fair share. Members, I ask for your support.
Discussion. The member from Hennepin, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, or Madam Speaker. There's already a way for individuals to exclude themselves from the bargaining unit of home care workers. They can do this by not taking CCAP children. What this is doing is setting up Minnesota as a right-to-work state. And that's what this amendment is. It's a right-to-work amendment. So, members, I say vote red.
Discussion. The member from Carver, Representative Leidiger.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I have an email, and I'm looking. It's a question from a provider, and I'm trying to get that in where I think it applies the best. But one of the providers are asking about, taking fair share dues when they work for more than one disabled person, and more than one, and it's affiliated with the different PCA agencies, which apparently it happens quite extensively. So, which agency withholds the dues? And Representative Nelson, can you explain how that would work, please, if you would yield?
He will yield. Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And can you have him repeat the question? I didn't hear it.
Yes.
Representative Leidiger.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes. So a provider has more than one disabled person, and it's affiliated with different PCA agencies. How do the dues, how are they collected? I mean, which agencies would withhold the dues? And I'm trying to, as I say, I'm trying to get this question under the right amendment. How would that work? Are the dues collected by both agencies, or how is the conflict resolved, please?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker and members, I'm looking at the amendment. Well, it does talk about paying dues and fair share fees. The question about if they were working for different agencies, it depends on if they're working directly for the agency and they're employees of the agency, they're not covered by this bill. I mean, we haven't talked a lot about PCAs today since last night in the discussion of this bill, and so I'm glad that we have a question about that now. Because in the PCAs there are basically three types of people. You have people that work directly for the client who's in the home that needs the help, and they take care of the paperwork and do that stuff. You have people that work directly for agencies and are employees of the agencies and are directed and trained and all that by the agency that they work for. They're employees of the agency. They're not covered by this bill. Again, it's like the daycare centers that we were asking about earlier. They're already employees of that agency, and therefore they already have their right to form a union and bargain and try and get a contract. And then you have people in between, and there are people that get fuzzy about this, that they say they work for the agency, but all the agency does is serves as a fiscal manager. The money goes through the agency. The personal care attendant works directly for the client in their home, are directed and trained and all that by the client, but the agency works as a fiscal intermediary agent intermediary, a fiscal agent, and they take out the taxes, they make sure the workers' comp is paid, they do all the things that are part of that, similar to a payroll agency, that you work for 3M and they hire a payroll company to come and do their payroll so they don't have to do it in-house, and it's functioned through there. You work for 3M, you don't work for that agency. And there's a little bit of confusion about that. But so the question you ask is, who are we talking about? Do these people you're talking about, are they personal care attendants working directly for the client? Are they personal care attendants working directly for the client but who's having their fiscal stuff handled by an agency? Or are we talking about people that are working directly for the agency, being directed by the agency, being sent out by the agency or agencies to the home? Because if we're talking about those people, they're not covered by the bill.
Representative Leidiger.
I think the answer is yes. The email doesn't explain her particular situation, but take any one of those examples. So let's say she's a PCA and has an additional client under a different route, as you were explaining. The issue is, and what she's asking is, how would these dues be paid? And actually, I'll just finish the question, or actually, I'll just finish the statement and let you speak later. Here's the way I see it, because what you have said, it sounds as though we actually have a lot of this in place. I mean, if a person is out there and contracting with several different situations as a PCA, it sounds as though the answer to this person's question is they have the option to set up a union relationship the way they would like to do it under current law. Which, once again, we're kind of running into this, this idea that we have an initiative that doesn't need to be launched. We already have law in place in which, if there is an effort, a unionization effort underway, that members have the free choice to go ahead. I mean, I'm talking about the PCAs or the daycare business owners currently have that option to go ahead and join the union. And I mean, this was a complex question, and then you talked about the different relationships and how it happens, and I didn't know that. So I think you did a good job of explaining that. And of course, I realize now we have the law to be able to just these daycare providers, the PCAs, already can go ahead and choose probably which organization they want to join and continue to do that on their own under current law. I don't think we need this campaign, and that's what it looks like to me. It looks like a huge campaign that's going on to open up new markets for union organizations. And I think Representative Anzel's already basically talked about that, when he said, hey, you want to unionize, then don't take government money. And so now it's becoming extremely clear in my mind what this entire bill is about, which is a campaign to swell the ranks. Let's look at this lowest hanging fruit, which this fruit that already has the freedom to be able to do what they, join a union if they want to. But we have this forced marketing campaign going on, and then it's using government to go ahead and make it happen. It's this forced unionization thing, and I think that's what we've got the greatest heartburn about, because it's linking government. It's getting government on your side and using that by writing the rules that are favorable to the unions, and ramrodding this campaign through to unionize that whole sector. And then, of course, if the idea holds true that, hey, you don't want to be unionized, then don't take government money, well, to me, the corollary there is if you're taking government money, then you are low-hanging fruit, and I'm going to go after you and unionize you. So what's next after daycare owners, business owners, unionizing them? What's next? Is it the landlords that are taking subsidized housing? Government dollars there? Is that the next marketing campaign that unions are going to do? Because that's now low-hanging fruit. And what about the organizations that take EBT cards at a specific percentage? Are they going to be next be targeted? And these are all business owners. I mean, so I have fear here about opening up Pandora's box. And Representative Anzel's, these are your words. Hey, you don't want to be unionized, don't take government money. And I'm trying to interpret what that means in the body of what you're trying to do with the overall bill. I think this amendment is a very good amendment, and members, I recommend voting green on it.
The member from Wabasha, Representative Driscoski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would the author yield?
Representative Driscoski, are you requesting somebody to yield?
I did, Madam Speaker. The author.
He will yield. Representative Driscoski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Nelson, can you tell us how are these daycare businesses organized? How are they organized for tax purposes?
Representative Nelson.
I'm not sure. I believe that in people's individual tax returns and how they file those returns is private information that you can't get, so I don't know.
Representative Driscoski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, Representative Nelson, I don't know what the demographics are in our state either for these businesses, but I do have in front of me, and I can share this with you members, I'll send it around, the IRS's audit guidelines for family daycare businesses. And they make it very clear in here that the sole proprietors, if they are sole proprietors, they're required to fill out a Schedule C, which is the business income that is normally attached to our income taxes. They also have guidelines for business use of the home and for allocating the percentage of the home that is used for the business and deducting accordingly. And they also have a section in the IRS audit guidelines for wages and compensation, whether they are partnerships, sole proprietorships, or other structures. Now, it's interesting, members. I talked to some of the gals outside who are daycare business providers, and nearly all of them there are sole proprietorships. Every one of them fills out a Schedule C, and many of them fill out a business assumed name with the Secretary of State. Members, these are businesses run out of these homes, and we are trying to bring forward a bill that masquerades them as employees, and believe it or not, state government employees. And Representative Nelson, that is the problem with your bill. You are trying to place a square peg in a round hole, and it doesn't work. The reason is these are businesses that we are trying to fit into a bill, into a category that doesn't work. So, members, I do support Representative Mack's amendment. Appreciate your consideration and encourage you to vote green. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Nelson, as you were describing the personal care attendants, you left out one group that is going to be significantly impacted by your bill. That's the group of the personal care attendants that take care of their own family member, whether that's their grandparent, their parent, their child, their sister, their brother. And as we heard from Representative Mack earlier today, that's 87% of the personal care attendants are taking care of either their family or friends. 87%. Who are you unionizing them? For what purpose? These are folks that are taking care of their family and friends. 87% of the personal care attendants. And rather than that money, that state aid that is directly sent to the individual needing care, that money is going to go to union dues. Now, Representative Nelson, in the Ways and Means Committee, I asked you, how much in union dues are going to be taken out of that state aid that goes to the care of that individual is now going to be funneled to union dues? You said you had no answer for me. Well, I've got some ideas for you. If you look at other states that have tried to do this, they've done an average of 2% of union dues taken out of the state aid payment that is supposed to go for the care of that individual. In the state of Minnesota, for the personal care attendant folks, those individuals, it's a program of about $400 million. So if you're taking 2%, that's $8 million. $8 million state tax dollars meant for the care of individuals is now going to go to union dues. $8 million. We've seen countless newspaper articles that have talked about this issue. And the fact that it's not just going to union dues for unions that are here in the state of Minnesota, Representative Nelson, these are dues that are going to be sent to union organizations outside of the state. So our state tax dollars going to union representatives in Washington, D.C. On the daycare providers, those business owners, those small business owners that we are now going to be turning into state employees, as Representative Drazkowski pointed out, they pay all the taxes that every other business owner pays. Now we're going to make them into state employees. And guess what? The state aid payment that we send to children that need assistance in paying for their child care, now that money is going to go to union dues. Instead of that state aid payment going to the child for their care, you're looking at $5 million. That's a conservative estimate. There's some estimates that go as high as $8 million. So we're looking at a range of $5 to $8 million just on the small business owners, that aid going to the union dues. So we're looking at $13 million at a minimum of aid that we have passed off of this House floor meant for the care of children, meant for the care of disabled individuals, is now going elsewhere. Members, Representative Mack has a great amendment here. We need to make sure that these folks not turned into state employees. That's not the intent. If we're about growing jobs here, this is not the way to do it. Instead, you're taking away job growth. You're turning them into state employees, taking them out of the private sector and putting them into the public. Members, you also had mentioned that they have no option for joining a union. They already do. In fact, it's about 80 members strong. They've had a chance to join a union and only 80 have joined it. They've decided to opt for an association instead that represents their concerns and their needs here at the Capitol, just like any other association that comes here to the Capitol. They have options for either one. So I ask you, what problem are you trying to solve here today? My concern is that it isn't really about trying to solve a problem. It's other issues. I'll leave that for the public to decide. But members, please support the Mack Amendment. Give these independent business owners back their power. Please support the Mack Amendment.
The member from Douglas, Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to the members of the body, to those that are outside the chamber, and to those who are watching from home. I too stand in rise of the Mack Amendment here. Let's just take a recap and talk a little bit about this issue here. All supporters of providers against these efforts to unionize have been correct and right in the messages and issues. However, being right is having providers lose. So I just want you to listen to how and what is happening here. First off, providers would be losing income. All right? The bargaining unit is being defined by the public and legislators, not the employees. That doesn't happen anywhere else. The bargaining unit, as defined, will exclude providers who will be affected by the outcome and yet are not able to vote. Some will not be able to vote. They will be disenfranchised from the entire process. I believe that unions in any other situation would not tolerate members being disenfranchised to vote on something so huge. Yet, providers who do not receive government funding, or I should say actually, because it's not the provider's money, remember, it's that those funds are meant for poor families. So if the provider doesn't have any poor families in their home and they are not eligible to take any, they are not eligible to vote, thus being disenfranchised. Once established, the bargaining unit will bargain on issues that affect providers outside the bargaining unit. Unions do not do that in other industries. They may influence contract decisions. They are not imposed on other units. Members, Representative Nelson has discussed numerous times about benefits that the unions would give small business owners. However, the only benefit that's going to be received is the unions deducting union dues and fair share fees. There will be no health insurance. And providers out there, if you're listening and you were promised health insurance at the door, that's not going to happen. If you were promised a pension, that is not going to happen. That is not addressed in this bill. There is no reason for this bill to happen. November 15, 2011, Dayton orders child care union election. On April 6, 2012, a Ramsey County District Court judge declares that unconstitutional. Let's see, on April 28, 2012, in the House Journal, Representative Peterson, who's now a senator, offered the child care unionization plan as an amendment. And only 16 DFLers voted for that amendment. It's in the House Journal. On February 25, 2013, in NPR, DFLers revive a child care union effort. In the article, AFSCME acknowledges that they already have a union, selected a president, and collect union dues, all willingly, without action from the state. February 26, 2013, AFSCME, let child care providers bargain. And at the end of the blog post, AFSCME acknowledges that they got together with SEIU and divided up child care workers and PCAs. Wow. March 10, 2013, the Sauk Center Herald reported that AFSCME renews the push to organize private child care businesses. There was a child care provider, business owner in Hoffman and a native of Belgrade who reported, I was lied to by a union organizer, but I got my card back last week. This is so frustrating. There isn't a thing the union can do for us that we don't already do for ourselves. And that's the theme that we are hearing, folks. That's the theme. That's why providers out there in the chamber and all over the state of Minnesota are emailing you. They don't need a union. They're doing everything by themselves. On April 23rd, 2013, there was fees awarded to provider plaintiffs in child care unionization lawsuit stemming from the 2011-2012 executive order litigation. So now the taxpayers are going to have to front the legal costs for the executive order that Governor Dayton did back in 2011. On April 27, 2013, the Star Tribune editorial board, Minnesota lawmakers should reject daycare union. On May 11, 2013, the Pioneer Press, let the clock run out on daycare union. February 15, 2013, WCCO, Minnesota Senate passes daycare unionization. And Senator Bev Scalzi was one of the 4 Democrats to vote against the bill. She said she personally called all the in-home daycare providers in her suburban St. Paul district and found that 90% were opposed to the bill. May 15, 2013, the Star Tribune editorial board, DFL overreaches on daycare unionization. You know, I really hate when they call it daycare unionization. I mean, daycare in general. I'd like to prefer childcare, but that's just a little education myself. Let's see, May 17, 2013, KSTP. Parents express concerns about daycare unionization costs. As a single mother of 3 children, I have 2 children in childcare, and trust me, that is a cost on my personal budget, and my child care provider would raise her costs in order to reimburse the union dues that are having to come out of her budget then. Let's see here. Child care union information. A snapshot of child care union contracts, dues, and health care from across the nation. Many child care unions have been decertified or disbanded after contentious and costly political and legal battles. Members, public, here we are having a contentious political battle in the chamber. It's a contentious issue around the state of Minnesota, and we are setting the state up for yet another legal battle. Members, I urge you to vote green on the MAC amendment. Thank you.
The member from Chisago, Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I'm not sure it's been said for a while, but these the folks we're talking about, they are small business owners who provide a service to their community, taking care of young kids when their moms and dads go to work. We're talking about something called CCAP. I know people at home, they probably look at us and they think we're just talking about very minute parts of law. These things are very important. And so the amendment we're talking about right now is about cost versus benefit. 2 very important things. But it's also about right versus wrong. So let me start there. The fact is, these are small business owners. They own their own company. And under this bill, they would become employees of the state. They would become employees of Minnesota Management and Budget. Does that make any sense at all? No. The fact is, 85% of these people don't want it. They filled out a survey. They gave their thoughts. They've told all of us, we all get emails about this. 90% of the emails we're getting say, don't do it. Please don't do it. You're all So the second area is cost versus benefit. And I want to go back to what Representative Newberger was talking about. Representative Newberger was talking about small business owners and also faith-based institutions that provide daycare. I happen to have a little bit of experience in that area. Many, many years ago, I came to a church. My wife and I, my 2 kids, came to the church and they had a daycare center. They planted a daycare center because they thought that was a good thing to do for their community. They did that, but when I came in, it was up for about a year, and they were bleeding money. Bleeding money. I know that's a tough thing to say about a church. Me being the treasurer of the church, the finance guy, they asked me to come in and be the head of the daycare to try to see what I could do. What I told everyone is that we needed, at the end of the day, we needed $1 in the bank at the end of the day. That's what a church does, right? We can't lose money, and we can't make money. We don't want to make money. We need $1 in the bank. Found out something different. I found out that child care is a tough, tough business. The folks at home trying to do it in their own home, they are having a tough time. Cost benefit. It's going to cost them. It's going to cost them more. What's the benefit? The benefit, Representative Nelson mentioned, working conditions. Are you kidding me? They're in their own home. What are we going to do? Require them to add on to their living room? To put a deck in the backyard? That makes absolutely no sense. But what we want to do under this bill is raise, according to Representative Nelson and committee, is raise the CCAP rates. For those at home, CCAP, Child Care Assistance Program. Taxpayers in Minnesota pay to provide daycare so that poor families can go to work while their kids attend daycare. Pretty simple. Every taxpayer in Minnesota contributes through their tax dollars to this program. Everyone in Minnesota has an interest in this, and whether we do it right or wrong, whether we divert money from that wonderful program or not. So, in committee, I asked Representative Nelson, what's the goal? He said, raise CCAP rates. I told him you can do that now. You own the House. You own the Senate. You have the governor. If this was about raising rates, you could raise those rates today, but you didn't do it. It's not about raising CCAP rates, but I can tell you what it's about to the small business owner. And I'll go back to my story about the one that we tried to manage for a while. We finally had to close it. You know why? No margin. I looked at the numbers. 95% of every dollar that we took in went out in salaries and benefits. Not including the building, the lights, the food, everything else. You know why? Because we were a charity organization. People couldn't pay, we didn't kick them out. But we didn't collect the revenue either. The margins are small. You have very little profit here. You're taking away money from people who cannot afford for you to take money away from. These are child care providers, small business owners. They work in their home. They're self-employed. Please don't do this. It's not right. It's wrong.
Point of personal privilege, Madam.
Representative Erdahl, state your point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just thought I would let you know, in case anyone intends on going downstairs to the cafeteria by the tunnel, that due to the current condition of our Capitol, the rain is now coming through, and there's water coming through the panels and flooding the tunnel. Just thought I'd let you know.
The member from Stearns, Representative Tice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, there's a lot of reasons why I oppose this legislation and why I really appreciate Representative Mack's amendment. I've been communicating with a woman in my district who's been really scared. She's watching this live, and she's like, what's going to happen to me? So I'd like to share a little bit of her story with you. She says, I knew I would have to fight a lot of things to better my daughter's quality of life, but I never imagined fighting to stay out of a union would be one of them. She is a CAC child receiving hospital-level care in her home, and if they return to a traditional services model, her care costs will increase by at least $50,000. She also wants to mention the cost of this union to her daughter. At an average of $600 per worker, that's $1,200. For her daughter, that means she loses 12 horse therapy sessions, which have increased her core strength, helping her to have increased muscle strength to protect her airway. We have had not one hospitalization due to pneumonia since they started this therapy. And it means that she loses $100 a month for her highly specialized G-tube diet, and she can only tolerate this feeding, and there are no alternatives. And again, she's had no hospitalizations since she's been on this diet. Now she's watching us, and she's scared. She's really scared. And I know that when we know better, we do better. You know this is going to hurt people. We know it's going to hurt people. She's not the first person that sent me an email saying that if this passes, I can no longer take care of my child at home. And the other person that I talked to said it's going to cost $12,000 a month. Folks, we're not just unionizing these people. We're also increasing their costs, and we are taking children, family members out of homes and putting them back in traditional home services. I can't do that. That doesn't sit well with me. And I can't go back to my district and say, this is horrible, but I couldn't do anything? It's ridiculous. We're really hurting our people. I hope that you give this a green vote. Thank you.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Moline.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And Representative Tice, I appreciate you sharing a story from one of your constituents. I think we're really losing sight here about what we're talking about and who exactly we're talking about. So I'd like to share some words from one of my constituents as well. And I rise in opposition to the Mack Amendment and in support of the bill. This letter was in the Hibbing Daily Tribune. It says, I'm a part-time home care worker and a full-time student. I care for my mother about 20 hours a week, providing behavioral services and physical assistance. Without the support services I provide, my mother would have to rely on expensive, institutionalized level of care, which would hinder her independence and quality of life. If my wages are to continually be cut, I would need to get a job elsewhere, and I would not have the time to attend school, work, and assist my mother with her needs. Without proper benefits, many home care workers will have no choice but to leave the industry and pursue work that provides those benefits. Higher wages, proper benefits, and more training opportunities will help attract more people to the profession, which will allow clients to receive the best possible support. This letter happens to be signed by a young woman that I graduated from high school with. And I have to admit that I haven't seen or spoken to her probably since our senior year of high school. But she published this letter in the paper just in February of this year. And it made me think about how different everybody's lives are and how fortunate I am to have a healthy family, that I was able to go to college and law school and pursue my career goals. And, you know, I didn't have a loved one that I needed to take care of. But had I would have been in a very same situation, and I would have had to make some of those sacrifices too. And what we're talking about here are people that are caring for their loved ones. And cuts do really hurt. And I have to say, with all due respect to my friends on the other side of the aisle, It's come across as a little disingenuous over this debate to hear you talk about how the unions are going to be taking the money. Because you know who's been taking the money? It's the Republicans. In 2011, you cut these rates. And Representative Abler, you have a really big heart, and I know that you didn't want to cut those PCA rates because I talked to you before the budget was passed. And I asked you how you were going to do that, how you were going to cut 20% PCA wages just for those people that happen to be related to the person that they provided care to, people like my classmate, Misty, that takes care of her mother. And I know you were faced with some tough budget decisions, and I know that you have a big heart and you didn't want to do it, but you did it. 20% cuts to PCA rates. That was $57 million. And it was so bad that the court overturned it. The court said that was a violation of the Equal Protection Clause, that we couldn't treat Minnesotans differently just because they were related to a disabled person. But cuts hurt. They really hurt families. The child care workers in the 2011 GOP budget had almost a $29 million cut. And those cuts hurt. And members, a collective voice is always stronger than a single voice. A collective voice is stronger. And some of our constituents are PCA workers who are caring for loved ones. They can't just go day to day not knowing who is going to be controlling the next legislature, not knowing whether or not their rates are going to be cut, and that they're going to be facing a decrease in pay, or that they're not able to stay and take care of their family members or loved ones, or complete strangers who have a disability or are in need of care, because the legislature just takes it upon themselves to cut these rates when we're in a budget deficit.
Madam Speaker?
Representative Scott, for what purpose do you rise?
Point of order, please.
State your point of order.
Madam Speaker, what order of business are we on?
Representative Scott, we are on the A8 amendment, the MAC amendment.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
Representative Winkler, state your parliamentary inquiry.
Madam Speaker, is it in order to raise a point of order or a parliamentary inquiry for the purpose of disrupting a debate when the member's speech is in order?
No, it's not in order to do that. Representative Moline.
Madam Speaker, point of order.
Representative Pepin.
Madam Speaker, throughout this session, repeatedly, several representatives on your side of the aisle have got up and asked the very same question.
Representative Pepin, you can only have the floor for a point of order or a parliamentary inquiry. Pick one.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
State your point of parliamentary inquiry.
My parliamentary inquiry, Madam Speaker, is if the rule only applies to one side of the aisle and not the other side of the aisle, Madam Speaker.
No, Representative Pepin, applies to both sides. Representative Moline.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And Representative Scott, I only wanted to tell a story about my constituent, just as Representative Teese had just told a story about her constituent. These are people in our districts who are really being affected by the decisions we're making today and the budget decisions we've made in the past. So I felt it was important to talk about my classmate who's caring for her mother and how the MAC amendment might affect her and how the overall bill might impact her. And members, a collective voice is stronger than a single voice, and there are people that want to come together and be able to bargain for their wages, for their working conditions, and to be able to at least have some assurance of what their income is going to be from legislature to legislature. Members, one of my favorite FDR quotes, and it's inscribed on his memorial in D.C., is that the test of our progress is not whether we add more to the abundance of those that have much, but whether we provide enough for those who have little. And members, what we do here when times are tough is we always take away from those who already have too little. Let's stop doing that. Let's allow the PCAs and the child care workers to simply vote on whether or not they can have a collective voice, whether or not they can bargain collectively for their wages. Members, please oppose the MAC amendment and please support the bill.
The member from Meeker, Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. In looking through my email and other mail today, it's running about 20-1 against this bill, and most of these folks agree with me, or I agree with them, in that we oppose what is essentially the forced unionization of daycare providers, yes, but in my view of anyone. Unions certainly have a place, but people shouldn't be essentially forced into them. The CCAP has come up several times today, and I would just like to relay a concern that with the already very low reimbursement rates, the potential use of CCAP dollars for union dues or fair share fees would become a disincentive for providers to even accept CCAP families in their programs. Therefore, this would reduce the number of child care choices families have. Minnesota currently has over 6,000 families on a wait list to receive child care assistance. These families have all demonstrated that they could be working immediately if they had help with child care assistance. These numbers all demonstrate again that every dollar of the child care assistance program is desperately needed for services only. Thank you.
Representative Mack.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's been another good discussion on my amendment, and thank you for all of the input. Just a few points to be made. I guess first, to Representative Moline's point, Representative Moline, I'm a little confused because nothing in this amendment would change anything for your friend. Your friend could stay in the union if they want, get the benefits of what comes with that. This simply gives the option for folks who don't want to be in the union to opt out of the union. And you also talked about, you know, how on this side we're talking about unions taking money out of this program and pointed the finger back at Republicans in terms of what was done 2 years ago. But I would argue that taking money to give to unions is very different than looking for ways to reduce costs. And we can go back and forth in terms of, you know, the circumstances of those decisions and, you know, how we moved forward from that. And I think that we can all agree that this is an area that needs to see a priority, and it did get in regards to PCAs, it did see a small increase in funding this year. In the bill we heard the other night, HHS bill. But members, if we're looking at the fear of not enough money, not enough wages, people not having the ability to stay in this line of work because they can't afford basic necessities of life, I'm just not sure how taking more money out of the program and giving it to union dues is going to get us any closer to the goal. I'm not necessarily following the logic on that. But members, to the specifics of this amendment as we wrap up, what this bill or this amendment does is it gives the option of family child care providers and PCAs who don't want to participate in the union agreement or in what's been negotiated, that they are not forced to pay fair share. They can still take CCAP kids. They can still help their relative that they may be serving as a PCA to and not be forced into the union if they choose not to. It doesn't dismantle the union. It doesn't dismantle the union's efforts to get folks. It just says if you want to still take those subsidized kids, if you still want to help those low-income families, you can, and you don't have to be part of the union. Members, this encapsulates what we have been hearing from people across the state for the past 2 years on this issue. Members, this is about the provider-parent relationship or the provider and individual relationship. If that person has a disability, a vulnerable adult, elderly, we're trying to keep that intact and not let the government get in the middle of that, not let a union get in the middle of that relationship, members. Parents choose their child care providers, they negotiate rates, they figure out what's best for their family in terms of schedule and training and what services they want provided. It's been suggested that you can, with this bill, you want to opt out of the union, just stop caring for a certain sector of kids. It's not that hard. You don't want to be part of the union, just say no to this whole group of low-income families, and your problem is solved. Members, I have a much better option for you. Let's let those providers care for whoever they want, and they can opt out of joining the union. Your option is opt out of caring for low-income families so you don't have to be in the union, or opt out of the union and you don't have to take these kids. Members, those are the options. So this amendment is trying to give you a better option. It's trying to just say, take whatever kid you want, serve whatever family you want as a PCA, and still get the subsidy still be able to provide that quality care. The option that this bill as written gives us only gives you the option of turning away that family in need in order to practice your right to not be in a union. Members, the choice is obvious. Take the better option. Let those providers care for any child they want and not be forced into a union. It is that black and white. And voting for this amendment lets you do that. Let's keep the provider-parent relationship intact. Let's protect the people who need these services the most, who don't have the money to afford the care that they need, so they get a little help from the government through decisions that we make here at the legislature. Members, I am asking you, this is the right direction. I don't see why we want to put the interests of the unions and their ability to get more and more people into their organization versus putting the interests of parents and low-income families. You heard it earlier. Representative Van Zelk said the best way that we have to help low-income families, the best tools we have here at the Capitol, is to provide good quality child care so that they can go to work, get their college degree, get further education, and have a strong education system. Members, if that's true, let's give the people out there that are providing the quality care as many options as they have, not force them into this. Members, I'm asking for your support on this amendment. It's the right thing to do for the families of this state, particularly the low-income families who are going to see a drastic reduction in access to quality child care programs because of this bill. The evidence is all over across the country in other states on how low-income families are affected by measures in this. And I don't think that's what you want. I think there's many people on your side of the aisle who absolutely don't want that, and they see the direction this thing is going in, feel like you can't stop it. You can, members. Take this amendment, or better yet, vote the bill down. But I'm asking you, please support this amendment. Support parents and low-income families across the state. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
To the MAC amendment. Seeing no further discussion on the MAC amendment, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 60 ayes and 71 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I move to lay Senate File 778 on the table, and I request a roll call.
Representative Murphy requests to lay Senate File 778 on the table and requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. A motion to lay on the table is not debatable. The clerk will take the roll on the motion. The clerk will close the roll. There being 118 ayes and 13 nays, the motion prevails. The bill is laid on the table. Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I'd like to move a recess to the call of the chair.
Representative Murphy moves a recess to the call of the chair. Representative Doubt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Murphy yield for a question?
She will yield. Representative Doubt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Murphy, can you give us an idea of how long we'll be recessing, and when we come back, what we'll be taking up? Are there some of our budget bills that we need to accomplish here before our recess tomorrow night, and will those be ready for us to take up?
Representative Murphy.
Madam Speaker and members, the state government finance bill has been posted and will be taken up in the Senate, and they will send it over to us, and we expect that the tax bill will be posted imminently. And members of the DFL caucus, we're going to caucus in room 217 briefly, and I would expect that we return to the floor around 7 p.m.
Representative Doubt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Murphy. Republican members will caucus in our caucus room immediately following the recess.
Representative Murphy moves a recess to the call of the chair. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The House stands in recess to the call of the chair.